Now, the story.
As prices continue to rise, the global economy is getting closer to a recession. That's according to a prediction by the World Bank. This year, the economy is expected to rise by the smallest percentage since 1991. Reasons for slow growth include Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the impact of the pandemic.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have overcoming, doom and gloom, and turbulent.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's take a look at our first headline.
This is from the Daily Star in Bangladesh. Overcoming looming economic challenges in 2023.
Okay, let's start with a definition of recession because that's what this story is about. A recession is a period of 2 or more quarters, that's 3-month periods, when the economy shrinks. Now, in this headline, it's saying that hard economic times are coming, but the word we're looking at is overcoming, and it's made up of 2 parts, over and coming. I know both of those parts, but when we put them together, what's the sense?
Well, overcome means that you successfully deal with a problem, and a problem that is quite difficult to cope with. So in this case, economic challenges.
Okay, so overcoming is similar to defeat or control.
Yeah, that's right. So if you are very shy, you might overcome your shyness, you gain control of it and become more confident.
Yeah, or you might be playing sports, let's say football, and if you overcome the opposition, it means you beat them. But it's not just beating. With overcome, there is a sense of real struggle. It wasn't easy to win.
Yeah, that's right. And we also use this in the passive, but it has a slightly different meaning, doesn't it?
Yes, if you are overcome by emotion, it means you have a very strong reaction. You feel it very strongly. You might have a physical reaction. You might shake with fear or cry.
Yeah, and it's not only used with negative emotions, it's used with positive ones as well, like joy or excitement.
Okay, let's look at that again. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This is from Business Live. It's far from being all doom and gloom on the economy.
So the headline is saying that actually it's not as bad as you think. It's not all doom and gloom. Now, doom and gloom is the expression we're looking at. I like this expression. It's got 2 words and they both rhyme. But what do they mean?
Well, it's a general bad feeling, really. So doom actually means death and destruction. Gloom is to do with darkness. Imagine a miserable grey, rainy day. So it's really quite a negative thing. But in this headline, it's saying that the opposite is true. It's saying that it's not all doom and gloom.
Yes, and we use the expression in this way quite often to say that something isn't as bad as you think. So, for example, at the moment, Beth, I'm actually not feeling very well. It's freezing cold outside. My train was late again.
But the sun is shining. So it's not all doom and gloom. Now, a word about this expression, we don't say I'm doom and gloom. We use it to comment on how bad a situation is.
That's right. So we can list a number of things that are bad or wrong and then comment on that by saying it's all doom and gloom, or it's a bit doom and gloom, isn't it? Let's have a look at that again. Time for our next headline.
This is from the New Straits Times. Global recession imminent after turbulent 2022.
Okay, so a recession is imminent. It means it's just about to start. The word we're looking at, though, is turbulent. Now, this word, Beth, reminds me of a situation you can experience on a plane.
Yeah, you're probably thinking about turbulence. That's a noun. So if you're on a plane and the pilot says, Put your seatbelt on. The plane is going to get a bit unsteady. Things might start falling down. This is turbulence.
Yes, that is turbulence. I really don't like turbulence. The word we're looking at, though, is turbulent, which is the adjective. Tell us more.
So turbulent describes something that isn't calm, or it might be unstable. Now, we often use this in relation to the state or maybe the history of a country or a place. So if we're describing that country as turbulent, they might have experienced some conflict, maybe some violence.
And so the headline describes 2022 as turbulent. Last year was very turbulent. We had the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We had various environmental disasters. We had famine. We had lots of protests around the world.
Yeah, you're right. There were lots of issues that made it an unstable or a turbulent year.
Let's look at that again. We've had overcoming, dealing with a difficult problem.
Doom and gloom. We use this to describe a generally bad situation.
And turbulent, not calm, unstable.
Don't forget, there's a quiz on our website at bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
In Dubai, EU environment official Wopke Hoefstra tells the COP28 climate summit the meeting should mark the beginning of the end for fossil fuels. In Egypt, the chief of the U.S. Agency for International Development offers $21 million in aid to Gaza for a hospital. In South Africa, Nobel Prize winner Malala Yousafzai accuses Afghanistan's ruling Taliban of gender apartheid for its treatment of women and girls. And at the Pentagon, the U.S. and Sweden sign a defense cooperation agreement as Sweden awaits approval from Turkey and Hungary to join NATO.
Як розповісти англійською про структуру AFU – Armed Forces of Ukraine? Як сказати англійською Генштаб, командування Об'єднаних сил та як розповісти про їх функції англійською? Як назвати in English роди військ та сил, що відносяться до Specialized Forces of AFU та Specialized Troops of AFU? Як правильно перекласти сили логістики, сили підтримки, медичні сили, десантно-штурмові війська, війська зв'язку та кібербезпеки? Це армійська англійська, перший в Україні канал з уроками з Military English. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, і наші глядачі давно просили мене створити урок про структуру ЗСУ, бо відчувають, наскільки потрібно і важливо вміти говорити про неї англійською. І цей день настав. Сьогодні поговоримо про сили оборони – Defense Forces та The Structure of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – структуру Збройних сил України. Нагадаю, що в попередньому відео ми говорили про сили безпеки України – Security Forces of Ukraine, розглядали корисну англійську лексику, тож перегляньте його, щоб коли вам доведеться спілкуватись на цю тему з іноземцями, ви мали всі мовні ресурси для цього. А ще поділіться нашими матеріалами з колегами та знайомими, порекомендуйте їм наш канал, вони точно вам подякують за це. Згідно із законом, the number of people in the armed forces of Ukraine is 261,000 people. Чисельність ЗСУ складає 261 тисячу осіб. Із них військовими є 215,000. Однак в особливий період, наприклад, в період воєнного стану, martial law, чисельність збільшується відповідно до вимог і потреб. The number may increase according to the requirements and needs. Збройні сили України мають таку структуру. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – Генеральний штаб ЗСУ. The Command of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – Командування Об'єднаних сил Збройних сил України. Branches of AFU – Основні роди військ та сил ЗСУ. Specialized Forces of AFU – Окремі роди сил ЗСУ. Specialized Troops of AFU – окремі роди військ ЗСУ. Military Administration Bodies, Units, Institutions – органи військового управління, підрозділи і військові навчальні заклади, що не належать до видів і окремих родів військ Збройних сил України. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – Генеральний штаб ЗСУ – головний військовий орган, який має такі функції. It plans the defense of the state – планує оборону держави. Controls the use of the armed forces of Ukraine – керує застосуванням Збройних сил України. Coordinates and controls the implementation of defense tasks – координує та контролює виконання завдань з оборони. Determines – визначає. Requirements for the defense forces of Ukraine – вимоги до сил оборони України. Resource needs – потреби в ресурсах. Strategic planning – стратегічне планування. Technical equipment – технічне оснащення тощо. The General Staff of Ukraine closely cooperates with the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. Генштаб тісно співпрацює з Міністерством оборони України. The Ministry of Defense is responsible for providing the resources for the armed forces. Відповідає за ресурсне забезпечення ЗСУ and for the defense policy – за оборонну політику. The Command of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – командування Об'єднаних сил Збройних сил України – є штатним органом стратегічного рівня is a staff body of strategic level. The Command of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine performs military management – здійснює військове управління of all interspecific – всіма міжвидовими and interdepartmental troops та міжвідомчими угрупуваннями військ to conduct operations для проведення операцій by order of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine за наказом Верховного Головнокомандувача Збройних сил України and the General Staff of the AFU та Генштабу ЗСУ. The Command of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine is responsible for, відповідає за, conducting joint operations on the territory of Ukraine, проведення об'єднаних операцій на території України, and peacekeeping missions beyond its borders, та миротворчих місій за її межами. Branches of AFU – основні роди військ та сил ЗСУ. Це Land Forces – сухопутні війська, Air Force – повітряні сили, Navy – військово-морські сили. Specialized Forces of AFU – окремі роди сил ЗСУ – це Special Operations Forces – сили спеціальних операцій, Territorial Defense Forces – сили територіальної оборони, Logistics Forces – сили логістики, Support Forces – сили підтримки, Medical Forces – медичні сили. Specialized Troops of AFU – окремі роди військ ЗСУ, Air Assault Forces – Troops – десантно-штурмові війська, Communications and Cybersecurity Troops – війська зв'язку та кібербезпеки. Друзі, нагадаю вам, що ми вже випускали великий урок, присвячений родам військ та сил ЗСУ, де говорили про Land Forces, Air Force, Navy, Special Operations Forces, Territorial Defense Forces. Інші роди військ та сил ми також не обійдемо увагою і розберемо лексику, щоб ви могли про них розповідати англійською мовою. Але це буде в наступних відео. А щоб їх не пропустити, коли вони з'являться на нашому каналі, ви маєте бути підписаним. І щоб вони таки з'явилися на нашому каналі, і ми могли створювати більше освітнього контенту для українських військових, закликаю вас підтримати наш соціальний проєкт поширенням коментарем або донатом. Вся інформація щодо цього буде в описі до відео. Також the Armed Forces of Ukraine include – Збройні сили України включають Military Administration Bodies – органи військового управління, Military Units – з'єднання та військові частини, Higher Military Educational Institutions – вищі військові навчальні заклади, Military Educational Units of Higher Education Institutions – військові навчальні підрозділи закладів вищої освіти, Institutions and organizations – установи й організації that do not belong to the branches and specialized troops of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, що не належать до видів і окремих родів військ Збройних сил України. The Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, головнокомандувач Збройних сил України, is the highest military position in the state, найвища військова посада в державі. Як керівник Збройних сил України, the head of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, він виконує такі обов'язки. Organizes preparation for defense, організовує підготовку до оборони, directly controls the armed forces during hostilities, безпосередньо керує Збройними силами під час бойових дій. В особливий період керівництво Збройними силами України і іншими військовими формуваннями президент України здійснює через ставку Верховного головнокомандувача, the headquarters of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, робочим органом якого є the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Генеральний штаб Збройних сил України. А я, Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це спеціалізований курс англійською, який я створюю на цьому каналі «Армійська англійська» разом з командою однодумців. Ми переконані, що англійська має стати другою мовою в Security and Defense Forces of Ukraine. З нами погоджується the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, який, як і ми, хоче, щоб всі українські військовослужбовці говорили англійською до 2026 року. Ми не підпорядковуємось Генштабу, а є незалежним соціальним проєктом, але ми вже працюємо над реалізацією цієї цілі. Озброюємо українські сили безпеки та оборони англійською мовою, роблячи спеціалізовану військову англійську доступною для кожного військовослужбовця. Як сказати англійською вибухова хвиля, розтяжка, детонатор, елемент запобігання знешкодженню міни? Яка лексика знадобиться, щоб описати різні типи протипіхотних та протитанкових мін? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал «Армійська англійська», перший в Україні канал зі спеціалізованої військової англійської. І в цьому уроці ми говоримо про landmines, які вони бувають та як розповідати англійською про їхні особливості та спосіб дії. A landmine пишеться разом або окремо. Is an explosive weapon, an encased explosive charge, вибуховий заряд, розміщений у контейнері, buried below або concealed under, захований під, or camouflage on the ground, замаскований на землі. They are designed to destroy or disable enemy targets. Вони створені, щоб знищувати або знешкоджувати ворожі цілі. ranging from combatants to vehicles and tanks as they pass over, коли вони пересуваються повз or near a mine або біля міни. A landmine may cause damage може спричинити пошкодження by direct blast effect прямою дією вибухової ударної хвилі, by fragments уламками that are thrown by the blast, які розкидаються хвилею, або і тим, і тим. Landmines are typically laid throughout an area. Закладаються на всій території, creating a minefield – мінне поле. Такий пристрій is detonated automatically by way of pressure – автоматично за допомогою тиску. When a target steps on it – наступає на нього, or drives over it – проїжджає над ним. Крім того, a landmine can be triggered by other detonation mechanisms – movement, sound, magnetism and vibration. Для детонації також використовують tripwires – дротяні нитки-розтяжки та remote control – дистанційне керування. A person who detonates a mine by remote control називається triggerman. Міна, яка активується, коли на неї наступають, when it is stepped on, наїжджають, driven over, ударяють, struck, називається victim activated. Anti-handling device – це елемент запобігання знешкодженню міни. Його функція – to prevent the clearing of mines – запобігати розмінуванню. There are two main categories of landmines – anti-personnel and anti-vehicle – протипіхотні та протитанкові. Розглянемо основну лексику, яка допоможе розповідати про ці міни англійською. Anti-personnel mines також позначають абревіатурою APM. Anti-personnel blast mines – протипіхотні міни фугасної дії, які вибухають на рівні ніг жертви. The casing of blast mines – корпус цих мін may be made of metal, wood or plastic. Міни цього типу, наприклад, міну пелюстка, яку в англійській називають green parrot or butterfly mine, можуть встановлювати remotely, віддалено, using a rocket salvo system, за допомогою реактивної системи залпового вогню. Directional fragmentation mines – це осколкові міни спрямованої дії, які propel pieces of metal shrapnel у того, хто її активував. Такі міни are usually triggered by tripwires, і вони часто використовуються in ambush situations – у засідках. Bounding fragmentation mines – це осколкові міни, що підстрибують та вибухають у повітрі. Вони містять a small charge – малий заряд, що піднімає міну into the air, та the main charge, який explodes – scattering fragments at about waist level, розкидуючи осколки на рівні пояса людини. Anti-vehicle mines, AVM, or anti-tank mines, ATM, are designed to damage or destroy vehicles, including tanks and armored fighting vehicles. Нагадаю, що ми вже говорили про armored vehicles, броньовані машини, у кількох відеоуроках, посилання на які ви знайдете в описі до цього відео. Anti-tank mines, як правило, мають a much larger explosive charge – набагато більший вибуховий заряд, ніж AP mines. And a fuse – підривник, детонатор, що є triggered, приводиться в дію by vehicles or remotely. Сучасні anti-vehicle mines використовують a magnetic trigger. Advanced mines здатні розпізнавати the difference between friendly and enemy types of vehicles. У зв'язку з агресією Росії проти України є велика ймовірність виявлення вибухонебезпечних предметів не тільки в регіонах, де ведуться активні бойові дії, а й на всій території держави. У наступних уроках ми розглянемо лексику з теми розмінування – mine clearing. Щоб не пропустити цю тему, ви знаєте, що робити. Підпишіться на цей канал, якщо ви все ще цього не зробили, та поставте дзвіночок, щоб отримувати нагадування про нові відео. Якщо ви вже підписані і регулярно дивитесь цей курс, хочете долучитися або підтримати нас, щоб допомогти команді армійської, англійської створювати ще більше освітніх матеріалів для українських військових, уся інформація про те, як це зробити, є в описі до цього відео. А я, Олена Чекрежова, вчителька, вдячна вам за увагу та підтримку. Ваші підписки, вподобайки та коментарі допомагають нам просувати наш соціальний освітній продукт на каналі Армійська Англійська та здійснювати мовну підготовку українських Збройних сил. Як сказати віджимання, присідання, станова тяга англійською та як назвати інші вправи, які військові виконують на фізичних тренуваннях. Що входить до Army Combat Fitness Test та чим Marine Corps Physical Fitness Test відрізняється від Marine Corps Combat Fitness Test? Як розповісти англійською про оцінювання фізичної підготовки в ЗСУ? Це канал Армійська Англійська, а я Олена Чекрежова, вчителька. І я не втомлююсь повторювати, що мовна підготовка має бути обов'язковою в Збройних силах України, так само, як і фізична. І саме про фізичну підготовку військових, PT, Physical Training, ми з вами поговоримо сьогодні. Почнемо із назв найбільш популярних фізичних вправ. Push-ups – віджимання, sit-ups – згинання та розгинання тулуба, лежачи на спині, dragging weight – перетягування ваги, lifting weights – підйом ваги, kettlebells carrying – носіння гир, squats – присідання, overhead squat – присідання зі штангою над головою, burpees – burpee, deadlifts – станова тяга, leg tucks – підтягування ніг, supine bicycles – вправа велосипед, лежачи на спині, climbing monkey bar – вправа на рукоході, standing power throw – перекидання м'яча через голову в позі стоячи, windmill exercise – вправа млин, ground combat techniques – бійцівські єдиноборства, stretching exercises – вправи на розтяжку, plank – планка, to hold a plank – тримати планку, swimming – плавання, rowing – гребля, від дієслова to row – гребти, biking – байкінг – їзда на велосипеді, fast running – біг на швидкість, 2-mile run – забіг на 2 милі, це приблизно 3-2 кілометри, sprint – спринт. Розглянемо вправи, що потрібні для проходження смуги перешкод. Climbing wooden wall – лазіння по дерев'яній стінці. Climbing the net – лазіння по сітці. Rope climbing – лазіння по канату. Зверніть увагу на слово climbing від дієслова to climb. Літера B не читається. Lifting wheel – вправа перевертання покришки. Practicing tire obstacles – біг з перешкодами з автомобільних шин. Crawling under the net – лазіння під сіткою. Carrying a wooden post – вправа на перенесення дерев'яної колоди. До речі, детальніше про смугу перешкод ми поговоримо з вами в наступному відео. А зараз перевірте, чи ви підписані на цей канал. І якщо підписані, чи стоїть ваша вподобайка до цього відео. Також всі ваші коментарі сприяють тому, щоб наші уроки просувались в YouTube. Тому жоден ваш коментар не буде зайвим. Коротко поговоримо про тести фізичної підготовки в різних родах військ США. До речі, нещодавно я розповідала про роди військ США і давала корисні слова для розповіді про роди військ та сил, їхні функції та завдання. Подивіться це відео, якщо пропустили. The Army Combat Fitness Test – ACFT – складається з 6 компонентів, які тестують різні параметри підготовки від м'язової сили та потужності (muscular strength and power) до гнучкості та координації (flexibility and coordination). Солдати заробляють бали за виконання та перевиконання мінімальних вимог кожного завдання. Компоненти тесту такі: 3 maximum deadlift – 3 повторення максимальної станової тяги. У цій частині теста треба to lift – підняти the maximum weight you can 3 times – 3 рази. Standing power throw – силовий кидок стоячи. Солдати мають to throw – кинути a 10-pound medicine ball backward and overhead as far as possible. Назад та над головою якомога далі. Також у форматі тесту солдати виконують hand release push-ups – віджимання. They complete as many hand release push-ups as possible. Якомога більше віджимань із відривом долонь in 2 minutes. Sprint, drag, carry – спринт, тягни, перенеси. Треба пройти 25-метрову дистанцію 5 разів якомога швидше. Вона включає спринт, перетягування ваги у 90 фунтів, sled drag, біг приставним кроком, laterals, перенесення в руках 2 40-pound kettlebell weights, 40-фунтових гир та ще один спринт. Це випробування симулює перетаскування побратима – a battle buddy – на полі бою в безпечнішу зону або в укриття, а також перенесення боєкомплекту на бойових позиціях. Leg tuck – підтягування ніг. Soldiers complete as many leg tucks as possible, водночас зберігаючи a relatively vertical posture – відносно вертикальне положення. 2-mile run on a measured, generally flat, outdoor course. 2-мильна пробіжка на час по відносно рівній місцевості на відкритому повітрі. Морські піхотинці США складають 2 тести. Перший – це The Marine Corps Physical Fitness Test, який включає pull-ups or push-ups – підтягування або віджимання, planking – стійку в планці та timed 3-mile run. Другий – The Marine Corps Combat Fitness Test – тест, що тестує не тільки загальну форму, а й фізичну підготовку до бойових дій. CFT складають кожні півроку, щоб підтвердити свою боєздатність. В цьому тесті морські піхотинці повинні run 880 yards. Це simulating movement to contact in battle dress uniform. А також lift a 30-pound ammunition can overhead над головою і зробити максимальну кількість повторів за 2 хвилини. Крім того, вони perform a maneuver under fire simulated event. Для цього випробування морпіхи paired up by size, діляться на пари за розміром. Вони виконують низку задач, у тому числі з перешкодами: sprints, agility course, high crawl, low crawl, body drag, fireman carry, Emma can carry, push-ups and grenade throw. У тестах для Coast Guard берегової охорони та Navy військово-морського флоту присутні тести, що перевіряють здатність плавати. Тому до тренувань додаються Complete Swim Circuit – вправи на плавання, а також Cardio-Respiratory Fitness – кардіореспіраторний фітнес, Swim, 1.5 mile run, Stationary Bike – плавання, біг на 1,5 милі, велотренажер. В інтернеті ви можете знайти безліч відео та статей англійською, присвячених саме фізичній підготовці військових, які поповнять ваш словниковий запас іншою лексикою. А завершити урок я хочу короткою розповіддю про Physical Training Assessment – оцінювання рівня фізичної підготовленості in the Ukrainian Army. For testing and assessment of physical fitness, all servicemen are divided into categories and age groups. Усі військовослужбовці поділяються на категорії та вікові групи, depending on their occupation requirements, залежно від вимог їх службової діяльності. До тесту з оцінювання фізичної підготовки входять такі вправи: pull-ups on a crossbar – підтягування на перекладині, 100-meter run – біг на 100 метрів, 3-kilometer run – біг на 3 кілометри, 2-kilometer run – біг на 2 кілометри, sit-ups – згинання та розгинання тулуба, push-ups – згинання та розгинання рук в упорі лежачи. Assessment – оцінювання проводиться за сумою балів, points, taking into account a gender – з урахуванням статі. Щоб розповісти про те, які вправи ви виконуєте, як тренуєте щодня, застосовуйте лексику цього уроку, а з граматики вам знадобиться час Present Simple – детальний урок з простим зрозумілим поясненням, як цей час вживати та утворювати, ви знайдете на нашому каналі. Ще раз нагадаю вам, що до мовної підготовки варто ставитись так само серйозно, як і до фізичної. Щоб сприяти цьому і допомогти українським Збройним силам опанувати English якомога швидше, ми з командою волонтерів працюємо щоденно і готуємо ці відеоуроки та інші спеціалізовані матеріали саме з військової англійської. Усе, по суті, тільки те, що знадобиться військовим у роботі. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська, який просто зараз, будь ласка, візьміть та порекомендуйте вашим знайомим та колегам, щоб якомога більше українських захисників вивчали англійську з нами. Побачимося в наступному уроці.
Base. Base.
A base is any of the 4 places a runner must touch in order to score in baseball.
Baseball. Baseball.
Baseball is a game played on a large field by 2 teams of 9 players who try to score runs by hitting a small ball with a long rounded stick and then running to each of the 4 places a runner must touch in order to score without being put out.
Better. Better.
Better means more attractive, appealing, effective, or useful.
bike, bike.
A bicycle or bike is a two-wheeled vehicle that a person rides by pushing on foot pedals.
Cheers, cheers.
To cheer means to shout with joy, approval, or enthusiasm.
Crowd, crowd.
A crowd is a large group of people who are together in one place.
Earlier, earlier.
Earlier means before the usual or expected time.
Extra, extra.
Extra means more than is usual or necessary.
Fan, fan.
A fan is a person who likes and admires someone, such as a famous person or something, such as a sport or a sports team, in a very enthusiastic way.
Faster, faster.
Faster means with great speed.
Hit, hit.
To hit means to cause a ball to move by hitting it forcefully with a bat in baseball.
Hit, hit.
A hit is when a baseball player is able to successfully swing the bat and connect it with the ball.
Home plate, home plate.
Home plate is the base that a runner must touch in order to score in baseball.
Home run, home run.
A home run is a hit that allows the batter to go around all the bases and score a run in baseball.
Nationals Park, Nationals Park.
Nationals Park is a baseball park located in Washington, D.C. that is the home ballpark for the Washington Nationals baseball team.
Online, online.
Online means done over the internet.
Pitch, pitch.
To pitch means to throw a ball to the player who is trying to hit the ball in baseball.
Swing, swing.
To swing means to move your arms while holding the long rounded stick that is used to hit the ball in baseball with a quick curving motion.
Team, team.
A team is a group of people who compete in a sport or game against another group.
Van, van.
Than is used to introduce the second or last of two or more things or people that are being compared, used with the comparative form of an adjective or adverb.
Ticket, ticket.
A ticket is a piece of paper that allows you to see a show, participate in an event, or travel on a vehicle.
Window. Window.
A window is an opening in a wall or door that usually contains a sheet of glass.
To compare things in English, we use a special kind of adjective. To compare two or more things, use a comparative adjective. In this lesson, Ashley says,
A bicycle is faster than a taxi.
Later, Anna says,
Being early is better than being late.
Now you try it. Compare two ways to get to Nationals Park.
Which way is faster, metro or bus? I want to arrive earlier this time.
The metro is faster than a bus. You will arrive earlier.
Superlative adjectives.
They are the best because they come from the nearby Chesapeake Bay.
In this lesson, Anna says,
The metro was a lot faster than a bus, taxi, or bike.
For the adjective fast, the superlative is fastest. Now you try it. Compare 4 ways to get to Nationals Park.
What is the best way to get to Nationals Park? Metro, bus, taxi, or bike?
The metro is the fastest way to get to Nationals Park.
In Hong Kong, the trial of media businessman Jimmy Lai begins. Lai faces national security charges, carrying a possible sentence of life in prison. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida condemns North Korea's missile test, which South Korea's military says flew 1,000 kilometers before landing in the sea. Iraqis vote in the first provincial elections in 10 years. Parliamentary elections are planned for 2025. And Kenya and the European Union sign an economic partnership agreement. The deal reduces import taxes and other costs between Europe and the East African nation.
Fake news. Hello and welcome to Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
In the program today, we'll look at some of the reasons people share fake news. We'll hear from disinformation researcher Samantha Bradshaw.
One reason why people share fake news that they know is fake has to do with this thing that we call identity signaling.
Identity signaling. Have you heard of that, Sam?
Not until I saw the script for this program, actually.
Also, make sure you keep watching to find out what identity signaling is and how it's a part of the spread of fake news. Before we get to that, we have some key vocabulary which you're going to tell us about. Sam, what do you have for us today?
Yes, so today I am talking about agenda, actors, and motives.
If you have to go to meetings, and who doesn't love a good meeting? I hate them. They're such a waste of time. You will probably be familiar with agendas. An agenda is a list of things that are going to be discussed at the meeting. But there is another meaning of the word agenda that is important in the area of fake news. If an individual or organization or a government has an agenda, it means that there is something they want to achieve. This could be clearly stated objectives, but having an agenda can also suggest a secret or hidden aim. Let's park the word agenda for the moment because there is another word I want to talk about that has a very well-known meaning, but also another meaning which is perhaps not so well-known: actor. It's probably a very familiar word. Somebody who performs on stage or in films is an actor. But the same word is used to describe a person, group, or even a state that has an agenda that's either politically or economically motivated, and they have influence or power that they use to promote that agenda. In this context, you can hear the phrases state actors, political actors, and even bad actors. State actors are governments. Political actors are those with, you guessed it, political power and agendas. And bad actors, well, that doesn't mean people who aren't very good at acting. A bad actor uses power or influence in a dishonest way to push a hidden agenda. They're trying to achieve something, but it's not clear what it is, and it's not clear who is doing it. For example, if a government from one country wants to influence an election in another country, they may spread fake news stories but hide the fact that they're doing it. This could be described as the actions of a bad actor or a bad state actor. People who spread disinformation online may not be doing it because they believe it, but because it suits their agenda. This spreading of disinformation can be very sophisticated, and the motives of those doing it are often not obvious. Motive. That's another useful word in this context. If you like TV crime dramas, and who doesn't love a good crime drama? Me? I never really understand them. You will often hear the word motive. He can't be guilty. He didn't have a motive. A motive is a reason for doing something, and not everyone's motives for what they post online are genuine. But how can you tell? Let's go back to the studio to see if there are any more useful tips.
Thanks for that, Sam. Really interesting. I was really impressed with your acting there.
Well, I may be a bad actor, but I'm not a bad actor. My motives are purely genuine.
Well, that's an interesting point about fake news, I think. We've heard that fake news is produced by people who may want to make money or have a political or social agenda. Those are their motives, but they can only be successful if we share those stories.
Yeah, absolutely. But why do people share news, stories, images that are fake?
Well, researcher Samantha Bradshaw from the Oxford Internet Institute at Oxford University shared her observations with us earlier.
People share fake news for a variety of reasons. In many cases, sometimes people don't even realize the stories that they're sharing are fake. They might find the content funny or humorous, or they might think that people in their networks, such as their friends or family or broader acquaintances, might enjoy this content. Another reason people might share fake news has to do with the emotional appeal of fake news. Because it tends to be very negative, it tends to also elicit a reaction from people, and they might be angry and they might type and share, and discuss what is being talked about in this article because they find it so outrageous that they need to share it. The third reason why people might share fake news has to do with what we call identity signaling, where people know that the information being shared in this story is false, but the purpose of sharing it is to signal to a broader community that they share certain values that are reflected in that news story. And so it gives people a sense of belonging and fitting into a broader community of people. It has much more to do with identity than the actual facts of the story.
So what do you make of that, Sam?
Okay, well, I can definitely see how we might accidentally share things that aren't true. For example, I sometimes see some amazing photos that I find out later are actually photoshopped, and things that might make me angry can make me reach for the share button. But what stood out for me was this idea of identity signaling. We might want to show that we belong to a particular group. We share some beliefs and opinions, and that it really doesn't matter whether the content is true or not.
And this is something that the people who produce fake news know well, and they know how to make us share those stories. Here's Samantha Bradshaw again.
So the purveyors of fake news will use a variety of strategies to get people clicking and sharing their content. One of these strategies has to do with just the style that fake news stories are often written in. They'll tend to use highly emotional language and content also that gets people's emotions high. And this is because psychologically we also like to share this kind of information, and this kind of content, especially highly emotive content, will go much further because of the algorithms of the platforms. And we also know that emotions like anger, outrage, fear are much stronger emotions than things like happiness and joy. And so that's why we see disinformation and fake news stories go viral compared to facts and the boring truth and the mundane truth behind, our factual daily news briefs. We, of course, still see our cat memes and cute animal videos going viral too, because joy and happiness is a strong emotion, but it's not quite as strong as things like anger and fear.
Now, we know that many fake news stories are very emotive. They generate strong emotions, a sense that something's not fair, or people or organizations are doing things they shouldn't, and that can make us look for other content to support that feeling.
Yeah, but good to know the cute cat videos are being shared too.
And dogs, don't forget the dogs. But she also talked about algorithms, the algorithms that social media companies use. So Sam, what is an algorithm?
Okay, thanks for that, Hugo. I might get into trouble here from computer experts, but let's have a go. Have you ever lost a huge amount of time because, for example, you've gone on YouTube to watch a video and then you see a list of suggested related videos which start playing automatically?
All the time. I think we've all done that.
Absolutely. So you click on one video and then another.
And another, and then it's been hours and hours and hours.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, so what's this got to do with algorithms? Well, an algorithm is a set of instructions a computer system follows to complete a particular task. Social media companies use algorithms to make that list of related videos just for you. These are personalized based on your behavior online, and they get us clicking. This is because the companies want to keep you on their platforms for as long as possible. That's how they make their money. The longer you're on their site, the more links you click, the more advertisements you see, and the more cash they collect.
And the more we click on a particular kind of story, the more the algorithms give us similar content.
Now, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, because I guess, after all, we're getting a free service which has to be paid for somehow.
But it does mean that we usually don't say things that we don't like, that we don't agree with. And this can make us feel that our view, our opinion, is the right one, which everyone shares.
Which is why I think it's a good idea to try and look for different opinions, so we don't end up thinking that everyone thinks the way we do.
So does that mean after watching all your cat videos, you search for dog videos for a little bit of balance?
I love cats and dogs equally, actually, but that's not exactly what I was thinking here.
I'm just pulling you like that. Sam, please remind us of today's vocabulary.
Certainly, Hugo. So we started with agenda, which is a plan of things to be done, and if it's a hidden agenda, it means the reason for someone's actions might be secret or hidden. Then there was the word actor. In the context of fake news, an actor is someone with an agenda that uses power and influence to try and promote that agenda. A motive is a reason for doing something. And like hidden agendas, sometimes the motives for a particular action on the internet are not always clear and transparent. Samantha Bradshaw talked about identity signaling. This is the description of behavior online when people share things without being interested in whether they're true or not. What's important is not how true it is, but that it demonstrates that they think in the same way or share the same beliefs as the group. And finally, algorithm. An algorithm is a set of software instructions that, for example, can produce a personalized list of recommended videos based on what an individual has searched for or watched in the past.
Thank you, Sam. That was very comprehensive. That's all from us today. We look forward to your company again soon. Goodbye and stay safe.
Bye-bye.
In the present continuous tense, verbs end in ing. In careful speech, Americans pronounce the G at the end of the verb. However, in fast speech, many Americans do not pronounce the G at the end of the verb. The result sounds like this:
Writin',
doin'.
readin'.
Here is an example.
Careful speech.
I am reading a book.
Fast speech.
I'm reading a book.
Now you try it. Make I am shorter too.
I am recording my show.
I'm recording my show.
Another way Americans shorten words is to put them together. What and are often sound like water. Now you try it.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Protests in Iran. Younger generation demand change. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like the video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
Neither headscarf nor humiliation. Freedom and equality. This is one thing university students in Iran have been shouting. Protests began in Iran and around the world last month when a young woman died after being arrested by the morality police for not covering her hair. Many members of the younger generation say they want a different lifestyle and don't identify with the Iranian regime. Human rights groups say 200 people have died in the protests so far.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have fan flames, wave, and Gen Z.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one is from the Financial Times. Iranian celebrities fan flames of anti-regime protests.
And so the headline is saying that celebrities inside and out of Iran are taking part in anti-regime protests. That's protests against the current political system. But the expression that we are looking at is fan flames, or fully, fan the flames of something. And we need to break that down. The first part is the word fan. Now, Beth, we are in a TV studio. There are lights, they're quite hot.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes it gets so hot in here that we have to fan ourselves to cool down.
Yeah, okay, so that's the first part, fan. We need to look at the second part now, flames. If you light a fire, let's say a barbecue, and you want to make the flames more intense, you can fan the flames and they get stronger. That's the expression, fan the flames, but we're not talking literally here.
No, so generally speaking, fan the flames is an expression used metaphorically, and it usually means to make a tense situation even more tense. Now, in this headline, celebrities are encouraging and supporting the protests, so that's why we're using it. They are making the fire bigger or making the protests bigger.
That's right. So celebrities want to encourage the protesters to carry on until they achieve what they're trying to get. They are fanning the flames. Do we have any other expressions like this?
Yes, we have add fuel to the fire. Now, if you add fuel, something like wood or coal, to a fire, then it gets bigger. Now, again, this expression is used metaphorically, and it means to encourage a situation in which there are strong or high emotions.
Okay, let's take a look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from France 24. Fame no shield from frightening Iran arrest wave.
And so the headline is saying that fame, or being famous, is not a shield against arrest. A shield is something that protects you. So celebrities are also being arrested. But the word we're interested in is wave. But we're not talking about water or oceans, are we?
No, but if you think about a wave in the ocean, it starts small and then it gets bigger before getting smaller again. So in this headline, wave is used to mean that a lot of arrests are happening at the moment, arrest wave.
Yes, so since the protests began, there's been a large number of arrests, a wave of arrests. This word wave we can see used in other contexts with a sort of similar meaning.
Yes, so in the summer this year we heard a lot about heat waves. That's high temperatures for a specific amount of time. We also sometimes hear about a wave of sickness, which is lots of people getting sick at the same time.
Yeah, are there any other words like wave that have this similar meaning?
Yeah, so we can use surge. Again, like a wave, it's connected to water, but it's used metaphorically to mean a large amount of something happening at one time, like a power surge or a crowd surge, for example.
Okay, let's look at that one more time. Our next headline, please.
This is from The Telegraph. How Gen Z, or Gen Z as they say in the US, became the Iranian regime's most fearsome opponent.
Yes, so the headline is saying that Gen Z is a fearsome opponent of the regime. Fearsome means frightening, and opponent is someone or a group against another group. And the headline is saying that this group, Gen Z, are the most frightening opposition group for the government in Iran. But who or what exactly is Gen Z or Gen Z?
Well, Gen Z is short for Generation Z, and it refers to people who were born in the late 1990s and early 2000s.
Now, in Iran, a lot of the protesters are school age or university age, and that is the age group that's known as Gen Z. But we have other names for other generations. What are they?
Yeah, so we have millennials. That refers to people born between the early 1980s and the mid-90s. That's me. We then have Generation X. They were born between mid-1960 and the early 1980s.
And that's me.
And then there are the baby boomers who were born after World War II.
Yes, and that's my parents' generation. So why do we have these expressions? Why do we need them?
Well, classifying groups of people by their age is an easy way to differentiate between different groups of people, different generations. And it can make it easier for the reader if they immediately know which generation and their kind of supposed characteristics that they're reading about.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at that again. We've had fan the flames of something, encourage an already tense situation.
Wave. Lots of things are happening at once.
And Gen Z, the group of people born between the late 1990s and the early 2000s.
Don't forget, there is a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us and goodbye.
Bye.
The Israel-Gaza war, 1 month on. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Watch to the end to learn the vocabulary you need to talk about this news story.
And subscribe to our channel to help you understand English used in the news. Now the story.
It's now a month since the Israel-Gaza war broke out. Israel began bombing Gaza after Hamas killed 1,400 people and kidnapped more than 200 others on the 7th of October. More than 10,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed by air and artillery strikes carried out by the Israeli military in response.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary that can help people understand this story in English?
We're looking at ceasefire, humanitarian corridor, and escalate.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from Sky News. Israel-Hamas war. Benjamin Netanyahu speaks about potential for ceasefire.
We're looking at the word ceasefire, which means a temporary stop or pause during fighting during a war. Now, we can understand this word better if we break it into two parts.
We can, yeah. So the first part is cease, which means stop. This is quite a formal word. We don't really use it in everyday English. The second part of ceasefire is fire.
Yeah, so fire here is a term connected to the military and it means fight with weapons. So according to this headline, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has spoken about stopping fighting, a potential ceasefire in the Israel-Gaza war.
Now, in the news, we often hear the word ceasefire with the verbs hold and fail. If a ceasefire is holding, it means that the agreement to stop fighting is successful.
But if a ceasefire is failing, it means the fighting is continuing despite this agreement to stop fighting, this ceasefire. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the International Business Times. Israel-Hamas conflict. Israel shuts down reopened humanitarian corridor for evacuations amid Hamas shelling.
We are looking at this expression, humanitarian corridor. The first part, humanitarian, contains that word human, and so it is about humans and looking after humans. Corridor is a place, for example, in a building like an office or a school, where you can walk from one place to another.
That's right. So a humanitarian corridor is a safe area where people can move from a dangerous place to safety. And this headline is saying that Israel has closed a humanitarian corridor that was previously open.
Now, this idea, this concept of the humanitarian corridor is very common in conflict and war. And so you will read it and hear it and see it in news headlines.
And one more thing to note is that humanitarian corridors are not only used to allow people to move, but also to let aid and emergency services in and out of areas.
Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from BBC Newsnight. How could the conflict escalate?
We are looking at the verb escalate, which means to go up or increase. You might know that thing in a shopping centre, the moving stairs that take you from one level to another. That's an escalator. But this verb escalate here is used in the context of war.
It is, and escalate means to become more serious or more intense. So this headline is asking about how the conflict might change as more time passes.
Now, there's a lot of war and conflict in the world, and so therefore you will see this word escalate used often in news reports. But you will also see the opposite word, which is de-escalate.
That's right. De-escalate means the size or level of violence becomes smaller rather than bigger. And you'll notice that it has this prefix de at the beginning. That prefix is often used to mean the negative or the opposite of something.
Let's look at that again. We've had ceasefire, a pause in fighting.
Humanitarian corridor, a safe space for movement of people and aid.
And escalate, become more intense and serious.
If you're interested in learning more language about conflict, we have other programs that might interest you.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
The footballer who forced his government to feed hungry children.
Fight for your black friend! Defend your black colleague!
And the young student who got her community active and fighting for their rights. We'll show you what qualities these young leaders showed in fighting for something they believe in. Marcus Rashford in action for Manchester United. Not the obvious person you'd expect to help fight hunger and poverty. The COVID pandemic, children in the UK were sent home from school, and many poorer children no longer got free school meals. Marcus wanted to help get food to those that need it the most. He wrote a letter to the government calling on them to end child poverty. Unlike many in the British government, Marcus had come from a poor background.
You know what families are going through now. I once had to go through that same system, and it's very difficult to find a way out. But now that I'm in this position that I'm in, it's very important for me to help the people that are struggling, and that was the main reason why the letter was written.
Public support for the footballer grew. He became a leading voice in the campaign to end child food poverty. He got the British government to carry on giving free food to those that needed it, with the support of thousands of people. How did he do it?
The personal connection that Marcus Rashford has to the cause is very important because of his strong belief and conviction that child poverty is not something that should be allowed in society. And because he has experienced it, he knows that this is a cause that is as important and even bigger than football.
So Marcus Rashford's personal connection to the cause is important here, and we can see how that motivates him.
Although there is so much you can get from being a footballer, there is a bigger cause in society, in this case child poverty, that is bigger than football. And he sees that as a vision and feels that he has a position in power to be able to influence that.
So Marcus Rashford sees the bigger picture. He knows there are many children experiencing hunger like he did, and this drives his leadership.
Marcus Rashford feels he's got a role to play in fighting child poverty because he's in a position as a professional footballer, and he has the vision and the honesty and simple way in which he communicates and drives that vision pulls people around him and creates a team spirit within the community, such that even politicians are challenged to try to do more.
Marcus Rashford knows he has a role to play. His passion and commitment draws people to the cause, and his message cannot be ignored, even by the politicians.
He's able to stay the course, irrespective of what people might say or want him to do. He knows that he has to stay the course to be able to achieve his vision, because that is what he has been doing most of his life.
So resilience and persistence are important character traits here and enable you to stand firm in the face of criticism. But what if you aren't a high-profile footballer? The killing of George Floyd, a black man, at the hands of a white police officer was caught on video and led to massive protests around the world. Bonnie Adeli, a student from the UK, decided to join the growing movement.
Fight for your black friend! Defend your black colleague!
Bonnie organised a protest in her hometown. She set it up in just 2 days. So what were Bonnie's experiences of leadership?
I didn't watch the video, but I felt the effects of that. Sorry. I felt the effects of that immediately, because just hearing about it is enough to shake somebody, I think.
Bonnie Adeli, as a black woman, had been personally affected by the killing and wanted to respond.
I tried to make sure that this protest is not linked to any political party, any local agenda, nothing. This is about black people having a space to grieve. And if you are a self-proclaimed ally and you want to support, then you have a space to come and support.
Bonnie knew others felt the same way as her and wanted to give them an opportunity to come together. She also knew she was putting herself at risk.
As somebody in charge, you take full accountability for everything that happens. And knowing that, you have to be ready for things to go wrong, things to not go your way, for people to hurl abuse at you. I think knowing that before you decide to take something on is really, really important, because self-awareness should let you know whether or not you can hold that.
Bonnie took a risk and accepted personal responsibility for the event, knowing it might not go well. This makes her a believable leader. She also thinks it's important to not forget the issue you are fighting for.
Honor the people that you've come to serve, because I think it's about leading and taking charge, sure, but it's also about serving. You're there to, I organised a protest, but it was to serve. It was to serve my community. I don't know how else to phrase that, but when you lead, you also serve. And that's, there's a lot of humility that comes with that, I think. I was, like I said, very humbled. By the end of that protest, humbled to the absolute extreme.
Bonnie says she was humbled. She didn't see herself as bigger than the cause. People are more likely to follow her because of this. So, to lead for a cause, you need to show your connection to the cause. You might need to take a real risk, and you should remember you are not bigger than the cause itself. Be humble.
як називати англійською основні особливості винищувача F-16? Яка лексика потрібна для опису технічних характеристик цього літака? Що таке Overhaul Works та як воно впливає на швидкість отримання Україною бойових соколів? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська, перший в Україні ютуб-канал із мовної підготовки для українського війська. І сьогодні я хочу поговорити з вами про F-16 – довгоочікуваний винищувач, який підсилить наші оборонні та контрнаступальні здатності та допоможе нам знищувати окупантів у більшій кількості. Україна неодноразово закликала своїх західних партнерів надати їй винищувачі F-16, бо вони допоможуть зміцнити протиповітряну оборону, сприятимуть контрнаступу та дадуть можливість проводити далекобійні атаки – Long Range Strikes. Нідерланди та Данія вже оголосили, що передадуть Україні винищувачі після успішного завершення підготовки українських пілотів. І я підозрюю, що для цієї підготовки їм неодмінно знадобляться знання англійської. Прем'єр-міністр Норвегії також заявив, що його країна надасть Україні F-16. Розберімося, що ж особливого в цьому літаку і як говорити про ці особливості in English. The General Dynamics F-16 Fighting Falcon is an American single-engine з одним двигуном, multi-role – багатофункціональний, fighter aircraft – винищувач, originally developed by – розроблений компанією General Dynamics for the United States Air Force. Він є highly maneuverable та з 1979 року, коли він entered service, був прийнятий на озброєння, підтвердив свою ефективність in air-to-air combat and air-to-surface attacks. До речі, у нас є урок, присвячений типам військової авіації. Там багато корисної лексики, рекомендую вам його передивитися. А ще ми з командою готуємо відео з теми Aircraft Recognition – розпізнавання авіаційної техніки. Перевірте, чи ви підписані на наш канал, поставте дзвіночок і не пропускайте майбутні уроки. Офіційна назва F-16 – це Fighting Falcon – бойовий сокіл. Але він отримав неофіційне прізвисько Viper – гадюка через уявну схожість зі змією-гадюкою, а також із вигаданим винищувачем Colonial Viper із фантастичного телесеріалу Battlestar Galactica, який транслювався під час прийняття F-16 на озброєння. The F-16 was assembled – було зібрано in an unusual agreement – у рамках виняткової угоди між the United States and four NATO nations – Belgium, Denmark, the Netherlands and Norway. Запчастини до літака постачаються з усіх 5 країн, а от maintenance – технічне обслуговування, repair – ремонтування and overhaul work – капітальний ремонт розподілені між ними. Key features – ключові особливості of F-16 include a frameless bubble canopy – безкаркасний краплеподібний ліхтар, що розташований over the cockpit – над кабіною пілота for good visibility – для гарної видимості. Side-mounted control stick – бічний джойстик to ease control while maneuvering – для полегшення керування під час маневрування. An ejection seat – катапультне крісло. It can recline – воно може відхилятися на 30 degrees from vertical, щоб зменшити вплив перевантажень на пілота. Система керування fly-by-wire, яка допомагає стабілізувати керування польотом. F-16 має внутрішню гармату M61 Vulcan Cannon and 11 hard points – 11 вузлів підвіски озброєння. F-16 були у віш-ліст України протягом тривалого часу, бо через свою destructive power цей літак здатний to carry bombs, rockets and missiles – транспортувати бомби, ракети та реактивні снаряди. Він є fully compatible – повністю сумісний із широким спектром сучасних західних боєприпасів. Ви можете подивитися на характеристики новітнього F-16 Block 7072. Та ми не будемо мати справу із цифрами, бо я на них мало розуміюся і боюсь заплутатись. Натомість розберемо ключові слова для опису характеристик літака. Length – довжина, споріднений прикметник long. Height – висота, прикметник high. Speed – це швидкість. Wingspan – розмах крил. Empty weight – маса пустого повітряного судна. Load factor – коефіцієнт навантаження. Engine thrust – тяга двигуна. Service life – технічний ресурс, термін служби, тривалість експлуатації. Але Україні передадуть не Block 7072. Чому? Справа в тому, що перш ніж передати Україні літаки F-16, наші international partners повинні будуть провести їх капітальний ремонт – overhaul works. Тому що ці літаки є stored, знаходяться на зберіганні. Не всі з них перебувають у льотному стані і не всі в боєздатному. Капітальний ремонт може зайняти місяці, і є декілька варіантів, які саме aircraft зможуть стати the best short-term solution, а які a longer-term solution. Про це ви можете дізнатися у відповідних експертних джерелах. А у нас тут курс англійської, тому перевіримо знання деякої ключової лексики, яку я дала вам в цьому уроці. Кабіна пілота – це an aircraft cockpit. Безкаркасний краплеподібний ліхтар – це a frameless bubble canopy. Повітряний бій – air-to-air combat. Розмах крила – wingspan. Катапультне крісло – an ejection seat. Капітальний ремонт, перебирання механізму – це overhaul works. А робити капітальний ремонт – це to overhaul. Технічне обслуговування – maintenance. А обслуговувати – to maintain. Бічний джойстик – side-mounted control stick. Довжина – length. Висота – height. Вузол, підвіски, озброєння – це a hard point. Маю надію, що ці знання знадобляться майбутнім пілотам F-16. І не тільки їм, а всім, хто вивчає військову англійську. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька на каналі Армійська англійська. Чекаю на F-16, які значно підсилять наші Збройні сили. А також чекаю на ваші підписки, коментарі, вподобайки та поширення. Вони значно підсилять наш проєкт із мовної підготовки для українських Збройних сил. Бо, щоб оперувати зброєю та технікою західного зразка і співпрацювати із силами НАТО, силам оборони України необхідно опанувати мову західного зразка і відповідати мовному стандарту НАТО. На це ми і націлюємось.
"30 days to remove TikTok. The White House bans the app from government devices." This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on the website. Now the story.
The US and now Canada have banned TikTok from government phones. They are concerned the Chinese app could be a security risk. Chinese authorities have criticised the move, saying it's an overreaction.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have purging, citing, and overstretching.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from Reuters. Exclusive. White House sets deadline for purging TikTok from federal devices.
So the White House has ordered all US government agencies to remove TikTok from its work devices. And the word we're looking at is purging.
Now, purging is a verb, and in this case, it means to remove something or someone from something else, particularly because it might be harmful. Now, here in the headline, it's saying that TikTok is seen as a risk, so it's seen as something that could be harmful.
Yeah, and the word purge and purging is used in a number of contexts, but what they all have in common is this idea of removing harm or what is seen by some as harmful. So the police might purge crime. They want to get crime out of a city. Or a company might want to purge waste. That means stop wasting things so they can make more money.
That's right. Now, purge can also be used to talk about removing people, particularly from an organization if the leaders don't agree with them. Now, imagine there's a new government and the previous leaders' supporters are purged or removed from the organization.
Yeah, and the word purge there is negative. You know when somebody uses the word purge that they don't agree with what's happening. Let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from NPR. Citing security concerns, Canada bans TikTok on government devices.
So this story is from Canada, but it's similar to the one from the US. The Canadian government has decided to ban TikTok from its government devices. The word we're looking at is citing.
Yeah, now citing is a verb and it means giving a reason for doing something. Now, the Canadian government have said that security concerns are the reason for banning TikTok from these work devices. Now, this is a little bit formal, isn't it? But that's why it's used more in written English than spoken English.
Yes, and you will see this word a lot in academic writing. So, for example, when you're writing a university essay, you have to cite other academics and research to construct your argument and make it stronger.
Yeah, and there's a noun for this, which is a citation.
Yeah, let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from Al Arabiya. China says US overstretching concept of national security on TikTok ban.
So the Chinese Foreign Ministry has criticized this decision by the US. The word we're looking at is overstretch, and the second part of that word is stretch, which means to pull something.
It does, yeah. If you stretch, say, your clothes, for example, you pull them, and if you overstretch them, then you pull them so far that they become too big or they rip and get a hole in them.
Yes, so that's the literal meaning. Here we are talking figuratively, but it contains that same idea of trying to get too much from something and it becomes damaged because of that. So for example, if you try to work more than you can be overstretched and you are in a way damaged.
Yeah, that's right. So in relation to this story and this headline, China is saying that the US is overstretching or exaggerating the idea of national security being a problem, and that is damaging this Chinese company.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had purging, removing something considered harmful.
Citing, giving the reason for something.
And overstretching, getting something to do more than it can.
And to learn even more vocabulary like this, while still discussing the world of social media, click on this video now.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
am in my new apartment. Great! I live with Marcia. We're roommates. I want to cook dinner. Oh! Is there a supermarket near here? Marcia knows. Marcia's work number is 555-8986. Hello, is this Marcia? It is Anna.
I'm sorry, you have the wrong number.
Is this 555-8986?
No, this is 555-8689.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, bye.
I am sorry.
Excuse me.
Now you try it.
One more time. 555-8986. Please be Marcia.
Hello, this is Marcia.
Yes, Marcia. I want to cook dinner.
Excuse me? Anna, is that you?
Oh yes, I am here.
Good, you are there.
I want to find a supermarket.
Oh, okay. The supermarket is at 1500 Irving Street. It is near the apartment.
Great. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Anna.
Are you there?
I am here.
Now you try it.
There is a big supermarket on our street, and Marcia says I am a good cook. Until next time, bye. I am in my new apartment. Great! I live with Marcia. We're roommates. I want to cook dinner. Oh! Is there a supermarket near here? Marcia knows. Marcia's work number is 555-8986. Hello, is this Marcia? It is Anna.
I'm sorry, you have the wrong number.
Is this 555-8986?
No, this is 555-8689.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, bye.
One more time. 555-8986. Please be Marcia.
Hello, this is Marcia.
Yes, Marcia. I want to cook dinner.
Excuse me? Anna, is that you?
Oh yes, I am here.
Good, you are there.
I want to find a supermarket.
Oh, okay. The supermarket is at 1500 Irving Street. It is near the apartment.
Great. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Anna.
There is a big supermarket on our street, and Marcia says I am a good cook. Until next time, bye. Could a short sleep during the day protect your brain? This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn all the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, today's story.
Our brains get smaller as we get older. But this doesn't happen as fast in people who take regular short sleeps during the day. That's according to a new study. Researchers suggest that these naps might reduce the risk of developing conditions like Alzheimer's in later life.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary?
We have power nap, sharp, and hinder.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from iNews. Power naps linked to greater brain capacity, scientists say.
So brain capacity is about brain size, and this headline says that it's linked to something called power naps. Now we're going to look at this phrase, power naps. But Phil, the word nap, isn't that a short sleep that babies have?
Well, anyone can have a nap, but we're looking at power naps. Now these are short sleeps, usually during the working day, in order to be able to do your job better. And in fact, maybe I should have a power nap after recording this.
Well, that might be good for your brain. That's what this headline is saying. But there are other types of nap, aren't there?
Yes, you might have heard of a cat nap, which is kind of similar, but it's not associated with work. And we have other words to talk about sleep, like snooze, or to nod off, and many others.
Okay, well, before our audience nods off, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
Yeah, this one is from The Times. Taking more naps could help you to stay sharp in later life.
Now again, we're talking about naps, and this article refers to another study which suggested that having naps can help our brains perform better. The word we're looking at is sharp. Now Phil, I know a sharp knife, but what is a sharp brain?
Well, you've probably guessed that it's a metaphor. If you describe someone as sharp, it means that they're alert and they can think quickly. Think about when you've had a good rest and you're feeling good, everything just seems to be a bit easier.
Yeah, and we use it to talk about people that always have a quick answer for something. We can say that they are sharp or that they have a sharp mind.
Yes, and it's being used here to say that regular naps will keep your brain performing well.
Yes, just like how practicing your English every day will keep your language skills sharp. Okay, let's look at that again. Okay, next headline, please.
This one is from the Daily Express. Naps could help or hinder your health depending on their length, study suggests.
Now this is actually referring to a different study, and it says that long naps can be associated with obesity, while shorter naps can reduce the risk of high blood pressure. We are looking at the word hinder, and this is often used with the word help, isn't it?
It is, but it means the opposite. To hinder means to make things harder or worse. Now here we're looking at health. So the headline is saying that some naps, shorter ones, are helpful, while others, longer ones, are unhelpful.
That's right. And hinder is not that common in spoken English, but it is often used with the word help. And that's because of those two H's, hinder and help. So, for example, if something turns out to be less useful than you expected it to be, it might actually hinder rather than help you.
I could also say that having to work hinders me being able to take naps regularly.
That's right. Okay, let's look at that again. We've had power nap, a short sleep during the day.
Sharp, alert and quick thinking.
Hinder, to make something difficult or worse.
Now, there's more about sleep in this video where we asked, are late nights bad for your health?
And don't forget to subscribe here so you never miss a chance to learn more English.
Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
Afternoon. Afternoon.
Afternoon is the middle part of the day, the part of the day between noon and evening.
Apologize. Apologize.
Apologize means to express regret for doing or saying something wrong.
Before. Before.
Before means at an earlier time.
Evening. Evening.
Evening is the last part of the day and early part of the night.
Job. Job.
A job is the work that a person does regularly in order to earn money.
Later. Later.
Later means happening near the end of a process, activity, series, life, etc.
Light. Light.
A light is a source of light, such as an electric lamp.
Morning. Morning.
Morning is the early part of the day, the time of day from sunrise until noon.
Now. Now.
Now means at the present time.
Studio. Studio.
A studio is the building or room where an artist works.
Surprise. Surprise.
A surprise is an unexpected event or piece of information.
Yesterday. Yesterday.
Yesterday means the day before today.
Times of day.
Today is a new day.
Let's not talk about yesterday.
Now you try it.
Today is a new day. Let's not talk about yesterday. Every day I do my morning show.
Now you try it.
Every day I do my morning show.
Come by this afternoon.
Now you try it.
Come by this afternoon.
I am recording my evening show.
Now you try it.
I am recording my evening show.
Japanese officials say powerful earthquakes leave at least 55 dead and cause widespread destruction across western Japan. In Tokyo, a passenger jet strikes a Coast Guard plane carrying earthquake aid on a runway at Haneda Airport. 5 Coast Guard crew died, but all on the passenger plane survived. In South Korea, opposition leader Lee Jae-myung is taken to the hospital after being attacked with a knife in Busan. Police arrested a suspect. And in Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky says 4 civilians were killed in a Russian missile strike on Kyiv.
Frequent flying, big houses, and luxury lifestyles. The world's richest are damaging the planet more than any other group of people. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we help you understand news headlines in English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn all the vocabulary you need to talk about this story.
And to understand more about the world in English, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Now the story.
The richest 1% of people create the same amount of carbon as the poorest 2/3 in the world. That's according to data published in a new report by charity Oxfam. It found that the lifestyles of the wealthy, such as taking frequent flights and eating out in restaurants, are closely connected to climate change. Oxfam's chief called for world leaders to end the era of extreme wealth.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary people need to understand this story in English?
We have well off, plundering, and clean up their acts.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from The Guardian. Restaurants, pets and holidays. How UK's well-off have outsized carbon footprints.
So this headline is saying that the UK's well-off have outsized carbon footprints. Outsized means too big, and your carbon footprint is the impact you have personally on the environment. But we are looking at the word well-off.
We are, and well-off means rich, and it's an adjective. It might look like a phrasal verb because it has 2 parts, and that second part is off, but it's an adjective.
Now, this headline says that the well-off, that's the rich and wealthy, are having a worse impact on the environment. We have these words, rich and wealthy, already. So why do we need well-off? What's the difference?
Well, it's a bit softer, and it sounds more polite than rich, which isn't always a positive thing. And a similar but even softer way of saying well off is comfortable. That's a word you already know, but it's a slightly different meaning here.
Yes, and then the other extreme is this word loaded. It means extremely well off, extremely rich, and it's not that polite. It's very direct. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the Washington Post. World's richest 1% plundering the planet, Oxfam report says.
We're looking at the word plundering. Now, Beth, when I hear this word plundering, I think of thieves or pirates stealing things, treasure.
Well, yeah, that's right. The literal meaning of plunder is taking things that don't belong to you by force. Now, in this headline, the richest are plundering the planet. So, Neil, does that mean that the richest are stealing things by force?
Well, not exactly, but by choosing the word plunder, the writer is suggesting that what the rich are doing is wrong. The sense is that they are using resources that actually should be shared more equally amongst people. And that word plunder they actually took from the Oxfam report to support their opinion. What other words for steal can we use?
Well, there's nick and pinch. They're both a bit informal though. Has anyone ever
Nicked your phone?
No, nobody has ever nicked my phone, but it looks like someone is trying to pinch my wallet, Beth. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the Herald. USAF urged to use budget for richest Scots to clean up their acts.
So campaigners in Scotland want the richest to clean up their act, and clean up their act is the expression that we're looking at. This word act I recognise from the theatre, like Shakespeare. To be or not to be?
No, stop. That's not the act we're talking about here. Here, act means behaviour, and clean up your act means make your behaviour better, improve it.
Yes, and although the expression has the word clean in it, it's not really about cleaning. It means to improve.
So the campaigners want the rich
to do better when it comes to climate change.
I was going to say that. That's my line. You need to clean up your act.
I really do. Let's look at that again. We've had well-off, rich.
Plundering, taking what doesn't belong to you.
And clean up their acts, improve their behaviour.
Now, if you enjoyed this episode and want to learn more about this topic, watch this episode of News Review where we asked, can flying ever be green?
And click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
He gave the world iPhones and iPads and gained a reputation as a bully along the way. She makes delicious macaroons and changes the lives of young people in the process.
It's really important to have people's voices heard. So even when they're challenging, and especially when they're challenging.
If you have a vision, we look at how you can manage your self-belief alongside the need to take people with you. Pioneer, innovator, genius. Words often used to describe Apple founder Steve Jobs. He brought an artist's eye to technology. What began as a business with his friend Steve Wozniak, operating from his parents' garage in the 1970s, became one of the world's biggest corporations. Along the way came the Macintosh computer, the iPad, and the iPhone. Jobs' product launches turned into headline-making events. His charisma and passion for his products were on full display.
For those of you that have never used it, iTunes is the best music jukebox in the world. And if you've lived in the US, it's been the best online music store in the world.
But there were also stories of his harsh and controlling behaviour at work. He would humiliate people in public, be offensive and rude, set near impossible tasks for his team. Some were able to stand up to him and gained his respect. But Apple lost many talented people because of his harsh leadership style. So did Apple's game-changing products have to come at the expense of so many hurt feelings?
There's one key practice which was problematic in Steve Jobs' leadership, and this is common to many, many charismatic and visionary leaders like Steve Jobs, and that is that he didn't listen. He had very strong views, he had very strong preferences, and it was very difficult to have a conversation with him even, never mind a debate, about whether his ideas were good ideas or not.
So Steve Jobs didn't always listen. He often wanted things to go his way. What did this mean for his staff?
In practice, working for the kind of visionary leader that Steve Jobs was often means doing exactly what you're told to do. It's not a collaborative process, and it's not a collective process. We have a single leader who has very strong and very clear ideas, and who wants you as an employee to put those ideas into practice. If there's a problem in putting those ideas into practice, it's your problem. It's not the problem of the leader or the idea or the vision.
Leaders like Steve Jobs can make it difficult to be collaborative or work together. So is it best to avoid leaders with a strong vision?
So this kind of leadership can be very inspiring, and it's very important to recognize that. Whenever we talk about charisma, we are talking about leaders that people want to follow, and we're talking about leaders who are successful in terms of creating organizations or successful corporations like Apple. It's a kind of organization, though, where you either fit or you don't. And so it's a black or white situation. I think it's very important to be clear with yourself if you are thinking about joining that kind of organization or following that kind of leader, that it might not work out and you may need to move on.
A leader with a clear vision can be inspiring, but it's important you believe in that vision too. So how could Steve Jobs have done things differently?
So with a charismatic or visionary leader, one of the key dangers is that it's very easy to get carried away, to lose yourself in the vision and to lose sight of the other people that you work with and the collaborators that you rely on to make your vision happen. So I think one of the key messages about visionary leadership is always to remember that any kind of product, any kind of success, putting a vision, making a vision become reality involves a whole group of people, and it's not just about the leader.
So visionary leaders should recognise the value of others. It's not just about them. Meet Rosie Guinday, the founder of Miss Macaroon, a company based in the British city of Birmingham and named after the delicious little biscuits they make. But it isn't only the macaroons that make this company special. Its chefs are some of Birmingham's most troubled young people. Rosie uses her baking business to help her community, and she gives her young staff the skills and confidence to make a mark in the world. So how important is vision to Rosie?
Vision is incredibly important. As a leader, it's so important for you to be able to set longer term vision, something that's bigger than, small and medium term goals, but a real purpose for your business. So something that everybody within your organization, whatever level they work at, can get behind and understand whether their job contributes to that longer term vision.
Rosie Guinday's vision gives her business a purpose. So how has she gone about achieving her vision?
So to be able to achieve your vision, you need to have a clear direction of where you're going. You need to really understand your values, and you need to put a plan in place to be able to achieve that vision. You also need the flexibility and understanding that everything's not going to go to plan, and likelihood is it really won't go to plan. So you have to be able to adjust to whatever's going on around you.
Rosie has a clear plan about where she wants to take her business, but is flexible about how she gets there.
To achieve your vision, you need a really strong team of people around you. At Miss Macaroon, we have a fantastic board of non-executive directors that help me to set the strategy. We also have an amazing team of people that help us to build young people's skills and confidence and help them to get back into work. But everybody really understands what the vision is.
Rosie's clear vision has helped her build a strong team of people around her who share the same passion as her.
Even though everybody is super committed to that vision, it's really important that people come from different backgrounds, whether that's different industries, different ages, genders, sexualities, religious backgrounds or ethnic backgrounds, or even kind of the commitment level to our social impact. We need different voices and thought processes around the table.
Rosie actively seeks out a diverse range of people for her team. But doesn't that sometimes cause challenges?
It's really important to have people's voices heard. So even when they're challenging, and especially when they're challenging, listening to what they're saying, because you can learn something from every conversation. So being open to that challenge, asking for help is really important when you need it, and just making sure that that diversity of thought helps you to grow your business and achieve your vision.
Rosie understands listening to what people have to say is important, especially if it is not always what she wants to hear. So visionaries can inspire others and make powerful leaders, but they need to remember to listen. And diversity is useful. There may be others who can help make their vision even better.
Chocolate bars and ice cream can be as addictive as drugs. Now, some scientists think they should come with a warning. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now the story.
The junk food you love might soon have addictive written on it. A major review has found that adding warning labels to ultra-processed food could stop people buying it. Researchers say these foods can have the same addiction symptoms as drugs. They estimate 1 in 7 adults and 1 in 8 children are already addicted to ultra-processed foods.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have labelled, tackle, and slapping.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from Sky News. Some ultra-processed foods should be labelled addictive, scientists say.
So, this headline is saying that some scientists think certain types of foods, ultra-processed foods, should be labelled addictive. Addictive meaning something you can't stop doing. But we're looking at labelled, and it contains the word label, a label, something you find, for example, on your clothes or on a packet, which has some information.
It does, yeah. A label gives you information about the object that it's attached to, like your shirt. But here the headline is saying that ultra-processed food should literally come with a label that says addictive on it.
Right, so is that it? It's very literal, it's very clear, but I bet there's a metaphorical use as well.
There is, yeah. So, a person, an object, an activity can be labelled, and this means described in a certain way, often unfairly. For example, maybe you tell one lie and now you're labelled a liar. Were you labelled anything at school, Neil? Maybe a troublemaker?
No, I wasn't labelled a troublemaker, but maybe I was labelled a clown because I used to like to make funny jokes in the class. Yeah, okay. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from The Times. Label ultra-processed foods addictive to tackle obesity, say scientists.
So there's that word label again that we've just been learning about. Scientists say we should label ultra-processed foods as addictive so that we can help to tackle obesity. And tackle is the word we are looking at. Tackle is a word familiar to every football fan. It's when you try to take the ball from the opposition. Is there any connection?
Kind of. So in football, the other team are the opposition and you want to beat them. Now, in this story, tackle is used metaphorically. Obesity is what we want to beat or deal with, and that's why the headline says we want to tackle obesity. We need to deal with it.
Okay, so how else can we use tackle in this metaphorical way?
Well, police might tackle crime in a city. Lots of people are doing what they can to tackle climate change.
Yeah, that's right. I've started riding my bike to work to help tackle climate change. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the Daily Mail. Slapping junk food with addictive warning labels could help end obesity, major review finds.
So, addictive warning labels could be added to junk food. The word we're looking at is slapping. Beth, what is slap?
It's this. Don't worry, that wasn't real. And slap in the headline is also not literal, it's metaphorical. So slap here means to put a label onto the junk food quickly and urgently.
Yes, that's right. So it's emphasizing that the new labels should be added soon. It's an urgent situation, and the use of slap, there's a kind of aggression about it as well. Now, Beth, can you give me 10 more examples, please?
10? We don't have time for 10 more, that's ridiculous.
Well, Beth just slapped down my idea, and there's another use of slap as a phrasal verb with down, and it means to criticize someone's suggestion. Let's look at that again. We've had tackle, deal with.
Labelled, described in a specific way.
And slapping, attaching urgently.
Now, if you enjoyed this topic, we think you'll love this episode of News Review about fast food being bad for your brain. Click here to watch.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye. Have you ever quit your job because of a bad boss? New research says you're not alone. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, today's story.
Bad bosses make people quit. Almost a third of British workers in a recent study say that they've left a job because of their manager. Nearly a fifth of people say that their managers were ineffective. Unhappiness with management means workers are less likely to be motivated and less likely to stay. The survey also shows that most bosses are accidental managers, having never been taught how to run a team.
You've been looking at the headlines, Phil. What's the vocabulary?
We have prompted, formal, and attrition.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
Yes, this is from The Guardian. Bad management has prompted 1 in 3 UK workers to quit, survey finds.
As this headline says, a third of British workers have quit because of bad management. We're going to learn about the word prompt. Phil, what's the connection between bad managers and people leaving their jobs?
Well, it's quite simple. One thing causes something else to happen. It prompts it to happen. So having a manager who's not very good might prompt you to leave your job. If you see another job advertised with a really high salary, that might prompt you to apply for that job.
Yeah, that's one meaning. And I remember when I was studying for exams, I used prompt cards. I would write information on them to try and help me remember.
Yes, we call them prompt cards because they prompt you to do something. They prompt you to remember. In fact, you could say they prompt your memory. And actually, Beth, what's that you've got in your hand?
It's my script. You have one too. And if I forget what I'm going to say, I can look down and it prompts me. Okay, let's look at that again. And remember to make some notes to prompt your memory in the future. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Fortune. Nearly all bosses are accidental with no formal training, and research shows it's leading 1 in 3 workers to quit.
This headline is about accidental managers and how they can lead people to leave their jobs. We're going to learn about the word formal. Now, Phil, I know formal language, like putting yours sincerely at the end of a letter. Formal dress might be a suit or something like that, but what do we mean here?
Well, we're talking about formal training, but it's related to all those examples you've just given. If you're using formal language, there are rules and you have to follow them. If you want to dress formally, then you need to follow the rules. And formal training is officially organised, so there are rules to follow, and there's probably an exam at the end of it as well.
Okay, so my university degree and my teaching qualifications were formal training. I had to follow the rules, do exams and assignments. But can we have informal training like we have informal language and informal dress?
Yeah, of course. Think about all of the things that you've learnt without having to do a course. Maybe you taught yourself, or maybe you asked someone to help you. Beth, is there anything that you've learnt to do informally?
I suppose I learnt to sing, I learnt to cook. That's all informal training. I suppose you could say that learning English on our website is informal training. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Personnel Today. Accidental managers are driving attrition.
Now we're going to learn the word attrition. To me, Phil, this sounds like something quite bad or negative. And here we're talking about managers. So does it have a business meaning?
Well, there are a few meanings. None of them are good, and there is a business meaning. Beth, what would happen to a company if lots of people left and they didn't get replaced?
It'll get smaller. I suppose that means the company can't do as much.
And that's the meaning that we're using in this headline. The business meaning of attrition is that companies get smaller as people leave and they're not replaced.
Okay, so can we use attrition outside of a business context?
Yeah, there is a more general meaning, and it means to make something gradually weaker by continually attacking it or causing it problems. And in fact, we have this phrase, a war of attrition, which is a long disagreement or conflict where each side is always making the other side more angry.
That sounds like my neighbours. They are always arguing about one thing or another. It's become a real war of attrition. Okay, let's look at that again. We've had prompted, made something happen.
Formal, according to the rules.
And attrition, gradually getting weaker.
Now, if you're interested in problems at work, check out this episode of 6 Minute English all about being unhappy at work. Click here to watch.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel by clicking here so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye. Could brain chips let us control our phones with our minds? That's what Elon Musk hopes. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we help you understand news headlines in English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And remember to subscribe to our channel to learn more English from the headlines. Now, today's story.
A wireless chip has been successfully placed in a human brain by Elon Musk's Neuralink company. The device is able to read brain signals linked to movement and send them to a computer. Musk said that future innovations may allow us to control our phone or computer just by thinking.
You've been looking at the headlines, Phil. What's the vocabulary that people need to understand this news story?
We have implant, interface, and cyborg.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from the BBC. Elon Musk announces first Neuralink wireless brain implant.
Now, this headline is about the announcement from Elon Musk that his company have successfully put an implant into someone's brain. Implant is the word we're looking at. Phil, what can you tell us about it?
Okay, so the word implant, it's a verb and a noun, and in this headline it's a noun referring to the device that was physically put inside someone's brain. That machine is the implant.
Now, implants aren't particularly new, although this one is, but there are lots of different kinds of implants, aren't there?
Yes, you can have implants that keep your heart beating. Implants can help people hear again, and you can use implants to replace joints, things like knees or hips.
Okay, that's the noun. What about the verb? Does it just mean to put an implant into someone's body, or can it mean anything else?
Well, literally that's what it means here. You can see the prefix "im", which means to put in or to go in. But as well as being able to physically implant something into someone's brain, we can also implant things into their minds.
Okay, so you could put an idea or a feeling into someone's mind. You could implant it.
Yes, and if an idea or thought becomes implanted in your mind, then you accept it or you believe it very strongly.
Okay, so we should try and implant this word into your vocabulary. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from The Register. Elon Musk's brain-computer interface outfit Neuralink tests its tech on a human.
Now, this is about Elon Musk's company Neuralink and their new technology. We're looking at the word interface, which can be a noun and a verb. It's a noun in the headline. Now, interface, I know that it means two systems coming together, but what does it mean in this headline?
Okay, well, the implant in this story is a brain-computer interface, and it's the device that lets someone's brain communicate with and work with a computer. But an interface can be a lot simpler than that. The interface on the software on your computer is just what you can see and what you can click on.
Okay, but it's not just computer systems. It can be much more than that. So here in the story, the interface is between technology and biology and how they link together.
Yeah, it's not just gadgets, ideas and concepts can have an interface between them.
Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Mail Online. Rage against the machine. Americans warn Elon Musk to stop creating cyborgs after he revealed the first human has had Neuralink's brain chip.
This headline is about people being worried by these brain implants. We're looking at the word cyborg. This sounds like something from science fiction.
That is where it comes from, but like the word robot, it's also used to describe things that actually exist. Now, originally a cyborg was something that is part human and part machine.
Okay, I know about robots. They actually exist. I have a robot Hoover. But cyborgs, do they actually exist? They sound quite futuristic.
Okay, well, in news articles and headlines, the word cyborg is more likely to be used as a comparison to describe things that are similar to cyborgs from science fiction. So you might read about so-called cyborg insects or bacteria.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had implant, something placed inside the body.
Interface, a connection between two systems.
And cyborg, part human, part machine.
Now, if you want to know more about brain implants, click here to watch this episode of Lingo Hack.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
Have you ever quit your job because of a bad boss? New research says you're not alone. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, today's story.
Bad bosses make people quit. Almost a third of British workers in a recent study say that they've left a job because of their manager. Nearly a fifth of people say that their managers were ineffective. Unhappiness with management means workers are less likely to be motivated and less likely to stay. The survey also shows that most bosses are accidental managers, having never been taught how to run a team.
You've been looking at the headlines, Phil. What's the vocabulary?
We have prompted, formal, and attrition.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
Yes, this is from The Guardian. Bad management has prompted 1 in 3 UK workers to quit, survey finds.
As this headline says, a third of British workers have quit because of bad management. We're going to learn about the word prompt. Phil, what's the connection between bad managers and people leaving their jobs?
Well, it's quite simple. One thing causes something else to happen. It prompts it to happen. So having a manager who's not very good might prompt you to leave your job. If you see another job advertised with a really high salary, that might prompt you to apply for that job.
Yeah, that's one meaning. And I remember when I was studying for exams, I used prompt cards. I would write information on them to try and help me remember.
Yes, we call them prompt cards because they prompt you to do something. They prompt you to remember. In fact, you could say they prompt your memory. And actually, Beth, what's that you've got in your hand?
It's my script. You have one too. And if I forget what I'm going to say, I can look down and it prompts me. Okay, let's look at that again. And remember to make some notes to prompt your memory in the future. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Fortune. Nearly all bosses are accidental with no formal training, and research shows it's leading 1 in 3 workers to quit.
This headline is about accidental managers and how they can lead people to leave their jobs. We're going to learn about the word formal. Now, Phil, I know formal language, like putting yours sincerely at the end of a letter. Formal dress might be a suit or something like that, but what do we mean here?
Well, we're talking about formal training, but it's related to all those examples you've just given. If you're using formal language, there are rules and you have to follow them. If you want to dress formally, then you need to follow the rules. And formal training is officially organised, so there are rules to follow, and there's probably an exam at the end of it as well.
Okay, so my university degree and my teaching qualifications were formal training. I had to follow the rules, do exams and assignments. But can we have informal training like we have informal language and informal dress?
Yeah, of course. Think about all of the things that you've learnt without having to do a course. Maybe you taught yourself, or maybe you asked someone to help you. Beth, is there anything that you've learnt to do informally?
I suppose I learnt to sing, I learnt to cook. That's all informal training. I suppose you could say that learning English on our website is informal training. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Personnel Today. Accidental managers are driving attrition.
Now we're going to learn the word attrition. To me, Phil, this sounds like something quite bad or negative. And here we're talking about managers. So does it have a business meaning?
Well, there are a few meanings. None of them are good, and there is a business meaning. Beth, what would happen to a company if lots of people left and they didn't get replaced?
It'll get smaller. I suppose that means the company can't do as much.
And that's the meaning that we're using in this headline. The business meaning of attrition is that companies get smaller as people leave and they're not replaced.
Okay, so can we use attrition outside of a business context?
Yeah, there is a more general meaning, and it means to make something gradually weaker by continually attacking it or causing it problems. And in fact, we have this phrase, a war of attrition, which is a long disagreement or conflict where each side is always making the other side more angry.
That sounds like my neighbours. They are always arguing about one thing or another. It's become a real war of attrition. Okay, let's look at that again. We've had prompted, made something happen.
Formal, according to the rules.
And attrition, gradually getting weaker.
Now, if you're interested in problems at work, check out this episode of 6 Minute English all about being unhappy at work. Click here to watch.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel by clicking here so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
Plastic in the ocean. Could it actually be helping some creatures? This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Sian. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now the story.
The Great Pacific Garbage Patch. It doesn't sound like a great place to live. But scientists have discovered coastal creatures making the huge plastic waste island their new home. Researchers say these creatures will now reproduce in larger numbers than before because of the extra space created by the rubbish.
You've been looking at the headlines, Sian. What's the vocabulary?
Okay, we have piggybacks, hitched a ride, and love shack.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from The Hindu. In the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, coastal life piggybacks on plastic trash.
So this headline is saying that coastal life, that's creatures that normally live on the coast, are piggybacking on this island of junk, trash, rubbish, garbage, waste into the middle of the ocean. We are looking at the word piggyback, and there are familiar parts there, pig and back, but what's the connection?
Okay, well, there's no actual connection to pigs. So piggyback is a way of carrying someone on your back like this. So their legs are here and their arms go around your neck. So, for example, if my daughter is tired, I give her a piggyback. So it can be a verb or a noun.
Yes, and the headline is talking about these creatures that have used this plastic island as if it was a piggyback to travel. There is another even less literal use and meaning of piggyback. Can you tell us?
Yeah, so we can also use piggyback to describe when someone or something uses the success of something else for their own benefit. So imagine there's a festival in your town. Some businesses will sell stuff connected to the festival so that they piggyback on its success.
Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from The Print. Coastal organisms hitched ride to middle of Pacific Ocean on plastic waste. Now they are thriving and reproducing.
So again, this headline is about these coastal creatures traveling on a junk island in the ocean. We're looking at hitched a ride. Notice in the headline it was just hitched ride, but the expression is hitched a ride. Headlines often leave out the a.
Yeah, so you might know the word hitch from hitchhike. If you hitchhike, you stand on the side of the road with your thumb up and you ask to travel in a stranger's car or van for free. So hitch a ride is similar, but you can also use hitch a ride if you travel with a friend for free.
Yes, and so these creatures, these coastal creatures, are using this junk island as a vehicle. It's not their vehicle, but it's as if they are hitching a ride on it. Now, hitch a ride is a pretty informal expression.
Yeah, so it's much more likely to be used with friends or family. So this morning I didn't catch the train to work, I hitched a ride with a friend. So be careful, we don't use this in academic writing.
Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from IFL Science. Great Pacific Garbage Patch, now a floating love shack for coastal species.
So this headline describes this great big floating junk patch as a love shack. Well, we all know what love is, but what's a shack and what do they mean together?
Okay, so shack is a very informal word for a place like a kind of cabin. So a love shack is a place where people go to be together in a romantic sense.
Yes, and this expression was made popular by a hit song in the late 1980s called Love Shack. We don't use it that often, so why is it in this headline?
Okay, so it's used here to be humorous, to be funny. So coastal species are actually reproducing and creating new life on this patch of rubbish. So it's quite funny to think of a patch of rubbish being used in this way.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had piggybacks, rides on.
Hitched a ride, travelled in someone else's vehicle.
And Love Shack, a place for love and romance.
So we know plastic waste is a major problem for our oceans. So watch this video to learn about how to curb your plastic addiction.
And click here to make sure that you never miss another one of our videos.
Thank you for joining us. Goodbye.
Bye.
US and UK launch new airstrikes on Houthi targets. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we help you understand news headlines in English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Georgie. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary you need to talk about this story.
And remember to subscribe to our channel to learn more English from the headlines. Now, today's story.
The US and UK have launched more airstrikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. The Houthis have been attacking ships they say are linked to Israel and the West as they travel through the Red Sea trade route. The UK and US said that they were trying to protect the free flow of commerce.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary that people need to understand this story?
We have fresh, deal another blow, and send a clear message.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one's from the BBC. US and UK launch fresh strikes on Houthis in Yemen.
This headline tells us that the UK and US have launched strikes, which means they have started an attack on the Houthis. But this isn't their first attack on the Houthis, so we need to look at the word fresh. Now, Georgie, this word always makes me think of food, so why is it being used here?
Yes, it's true that fresh is usually used to describe food that is recently produced. So fresh fruit is fruit that has just been picked. Fresh bread has just come out of the oven. Here, though, fresh new evidence that no one had seen before. If a company hires someone, they usually want someone with a fresh perspective, someone with new and innovative ideas.
That's right. Okay, let's look at that one more time. Let's have our next headline.
This one's from the Evening Standard. Fresh UK and US airstrikes on Houthi targets deal another blow to militants.
This headline gives us a quote from the UK's Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, who says that the strikes deal another blow to the Houthis. Now, deal a blow is the expression we're looking at. Georgie, can you break this down for us?
Yes, well, it's got two parts. We've got deal and blow. So deal in this sense is another way of saying give out or distribute. So imagine in a card game, we deal cards to the other players. Blow in this sense is another word for a big hit or a sudden impact.
Right, so deal a blow in this case sounds very literal because the US and UK have given, that's deal, the Houthis a big hit, and that is the blow because of these airstrikes. Now, I'm guessing that this has a metaphorical meaning as well.
That's right, and I think both are relevant here. So in a metaphorical sense, it can be used when something causes a significant problem or setback.
So in this story, the purpose of the strikes was to cause problems for the Houthis so that they would be weaker and less able to attack ships in the Red Sea. Can you give us another example?
Yep, so we can say that the pandemic dealt an enormous blow to the economy. It damaged it. Notice here how the past form of deal is dealt, which has a different pronunciation. So we're going from the sound E to the sound E.
Yes, we have deal and dealt. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This one's from The Guardian. Fresh US-UK airstrikes send clear message to Houthis, says Cameron.
Now this time we're hearing from the UK's Foreign Secretary, David Cameron, and we're looking at his phrase, send a clear message. Now, when I hear a clear message, it makes me think about something spoken or written that is really easy to understand, like a very clear email or something.
Yes, but in this story, the US and UK governments say they are sending a clear message to the Houthis with airstrikes. And the message here, according to Cameron, is that if the UK gives a warning, then it will do what it says.
Now, we hear this phrase a lot in a very literal sense. This morning I sent a clear message, a text message, to my mum. But can you give us an example of how it's used in this headline?
Yes, so imagine a company decides to remove all single-use plastic from its packaging. You might say that this sends a very clear message that it cares about the environment and sustainability.
Yes, that's right. Okay, let's have a look at that one more time. We've had fresh, it's new.
Deal another blow, cause more harm.
And send a clear message. Communicate something with an action that is easy to understand.
Now, if you want to watch more episodes of News Review, click here.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another episode. Thank you for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
Fake news.
Hello, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
Welcome to Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In this series, we're looking at a topic that's on the tip of everyone's tongues, fake news.
Yes, fake news. We'll find out what it is and what it isn't.
We'll look at where it comes from and how it can be dangerous.
And we'll also show you how you can become a fake news detective with tips and suggestions for developing your critical thinking skills.
We're starting today with the look at the word fake itself. What does it actually mean and how do we use it? Over to you, Sam.
Okay, well, actually, thank you, Hugo. I want to show you something I prepared earlier, so it's really over to me, Sam. So what do we know about the word fake? The word fake is first recorded in the late 18th century. It's slang used by criminals in London with meanings connected to their illegal activities. Today, it can be an adjective, a noun, or a verb, and is used when talking about things that are not real, not genuine, but are designed to make people think that they are real or are genuine. So where do we see this word? The news is full of stories of fakes. Fake works of art, fake concert tickets, fake documents, and fake qualifications, to name only a few. In some places, you can buy fake designer goods, either knowingly or unknowingly. However, those looking for a bargain could end up with dangerous fake goods or even fake medicines. All these kinds of fakes can be called counterfeit. Being fake isn't always for criminal reasons, though. People and how they act can be called fake too, like smiling, laughing, being injured, and even
Yes!
Not confident but want to ace that job interview? Fake it till you make it. And sometimes what is fake is more ethical. For example, if you wear fur, is it real or fake? Fake fur is regarded to be more ethical, so much so that real fur is sometimes labeled as fake. So knowing what is real and what is fake and what is fake can be tricky. How do we choose what to buy, where to go, even where to stay? Many of us look at reviews online, but even then we have to watch out for fakes. The digital world of social media and the internet are places where it can be very difficult to tell what is fake and what is real. And that brings us to perhaps the most common phrase associated with the word fake these days.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news. Fake news.
Fake news. Do you hear what I'm saying?
There's something different here.
Yes, so obviously those were fake ears. And that's a fake laugh, but it's a comedy classic, fake ears, really just to demonstrate that not everything fake is bad.
And can I say that laugh was a counterfeit laugh?
That's a really good question, actually, but no. So we use the word counterfeit to describe real objects, real things that are fake. So for example, documents, money, paintings, jewelry, they can all be counterfeit, but a laugh, no matter how fake or false, is not counterfeit, no.
And have you had any experience with fake things?
So I did have a friend who was setting up his own business, and he did ask me to write him a fake review online.
What happened?
No comment. What about you?
I haven't bought anything fake or counterfeit, but I think we've seen, fake T-shirts, fake shoes, bags,
really
pretty
common.
much everywhere, right? But now let's turn to fake news itself.
Yeah, so the words fake and news, as we know, have existed separately for a very long time. But as a journalist, Hugo, when did you start seeing them together, being used as a thing?
I think we all became more familiar with it in the 2016 election campaign in the US, because Donald Trump was a big fan of it to essentially dismiss anything he didn't like. But you may be surprised to find out that he wasn't actually the first one to use it. Earlier, I was joined by Mike Wendling from BBC Trending. He's written a piece called The Almost Complete History of Fake News, and he was here to explain more about the recent history of this term. So people may be surprised that Donald Trump wasn't, the first one to use it back in the election in 2016.
No, actually, it was his opponent, Hillary Clinton, who was the first person to utter the words fake news. And she was describing a process by which people were inventing stories and they were going viral on social media. These stories were fake. They were being written, there was a famous example that was uncovered by BuzzFeed, where these stories were being written by people in Macedonia. And those people weren't necessarily interested in Trump or interested in bashing Hillary Clinton. What they were interested in was money. Through Facebook, they could draw people into their websites and then make money off of advertising. And that's why they wrote these sensationalized, completely made up stories that we now have come to know as fake news.
And misinformation, fake news has existed for many, many years, right? But now the difference is social media and how easy it is to, spread this kind of disinformation.
That's right. There's always been mistakes, propaganda, spin, or just lies by political candidates. That has always existed. This is a new type of information and a new type of how information spreads online. And what that means is that it can be spread faster than ever before by people who might be anonymous or might be thousands of kilometers away. So it's really a challenge for media organizations, social media organizations, and really all of us to try and figure out how to separate the truth from the fiction.
And you can find out more about Mike's work on the BBC Trending blog, on the BBC News website, and also on the BBC World Service. Mike, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So Sam, what did you make about what Mike was saying there?
I thought it was really, really interesting. And he mentioned words like spin and propaganda, which we are going to talk about more in a later program. But one word I wanted to pick up today was the term viral that he used. So viral is the adjective, and it comes from the noun virus, which, as you know, is a medical term. And as you also know, a virus can spread really, really quickly. So when we use something viral, when we use the term viral, to go viral online, it basically means it spreads really, really quickly across the internet.
We all know about it. Very interesting. Now, before we wrap up for today, Sam, remind us about the word fake.
Okay, absolutely. So fake means not real, it is not genuine, and grammatically the word fake can be a verb. So you can fake a smile, you can fake a laugh, as Hugo did before. You can also fake being confident. It can also be a noun, so a picture is a fake. The diamond ring my grandmother left me was a fake, for example. And it is commonly used as an adjective. So I was talking earlier about the fake review, which I, of course, didn't write. And also, if you're unlucky, you might buy fake tickets for a concert or things like that. If we're talking about fake objects like documents, money, or copies of well-known brands, for example, you can also use the word counterfeit.
Thank you, Sam. And that's all from us today. Do join us again next time on Fake News, Fact and Fiction.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
A dream come true, says the first Arab woman in space. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now the story.
The first Arab female astronaut, Rayana Barnawi, has blasted into space. She is part of a crew of space tourists who are visiting the International Space Station for 8 days. As well as having a holiday, the tourists will conduct independent research, according to space company NNCIM.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have out of this world, swoop, and paves the way.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from 9 News Australia. Out of this world welcome for landmark astronaut arrivals on International Space Station.
So this headline is saying that the International Space Station welcomed astronauts in this landmark mission. Landmark means that it was very significant and important. But what we are looking at is out of this world, an expression which contains lots of familiar words, but put together, what's the meaning?
Well, it's used as an adjective, and out of this world means incredible. In fact, it's so good that it's not even from this planet.
Yes, so the welcome that the astronauts received at the International Space Station was incredible, but it's being used literally in this case. They were out of the world because they are in space. Normally we are not in space when we use this expression, so we use it metaphorically.
That's right. The headline writer is having a little bit of fun here because it's a story about space and an expression about space. But we can use it in normal situations too. For example, Neil, yesterday I had a slice of cake. It was incredible. It was out of this world.
Well, I went to a concert and the music was out of this world. It was so good. Let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from Futurism. SpaceX tourists swoop into International Space Station.
So this headline is about the SpaceX tourists arriving at the International Space Station. We're looking at the word swoop. Now, Beth, swoop is something that birds do.
It is, yeah. So swoop means to fly easily, quickly, and often downwards. So for example, if a bird swoops, it might be trying to catch a mouse.
Yeah, so this sounds like quite a kind of dramatic word. Why is it being used here?
Well, the astronauts reached the International Space Station in a rocket, and swoop here means that they flew quickly and they docked with the space station. Now, take note though, because swoop doesn't always have to be used with flying, does it?
No, it can mean a sudden attack. So, for example, the police can swoop on a gang of criminals. It means that they can enter their house quickly. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Wired. Axiom's second flight paves the way for a commercial space station.
So this headline says that this mission might pave the way for a future commercial space station. We're looking at pave the way, and pave means to create a hard surface to travel along.
It does. You might know the word pavement, which is the bit next to the road that you walk on. But pave in pave the way means create a metaphorical path. It's not real.
Yeah, so it means to do something for the first time to create future possibilities.
That's right. So this expression is often used with science and experiments. Maybe there's a successful medical trial and that paves the way for new drugs.
That's right. Let's look at that again. We've had out of this world. Incredible. Very good.
Swoop. Fly quickly and efficiently.
And paves the way. Makes something possible.
If you want to watch another video about women in space, click here to learn about Mars.
Don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye. Are you lazy, greedy and selfish? Then you need to learn Goblin Mode, Oxford's 2022 Word of the Year. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
What word describes lazy, greedy, shameless behaviour? It's Goblin Mode, and it's Word of the Year according to one UK publisher. Since the pandemic, some people have realised they don't want to go back to the lifestyle they had before. They want to stay in bed each year that reflects the mood of the past 12 months.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have speaks to, over, and unveils.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one comes from The Guardian. Goblin mode. New Oxford word of the year speaks to the times.
Okay, well, first of all, goblin mode. A goblin is a small, ugly, possibly dangerous creature, a fictional one. Mode is a way of doing something. So together, goblin mode describes a way of doing something in a kind of unpleasant, slightly embarrassing way. So, for example, Beth, I'm sure you never did this, but working from home, wearing pyjamas in bed.
No, yeah, never did that, no.
Okay, that's goblin mode. We're looking at the expression speaks to, and in the headline it speaks to the times. What does it mean?
Yeah, so speaks to the times is a reflection of the mood of the people at that time.
So the times referred to in the headline is talking about this current time, so the post-pandemic world. Now, during the pandemic, when obviously key workers who had to do really essential jobs were very, very busy, but a lot of other people were forced to be lazy because there was nothing to do.
Exactly, yeah, they enjoyed wearing their pyjamas, didn't wear makeup, they didn't care about their appearance as much, so they went goblin mode.
Yeah, and so goblin mode speaks to the times. It means it reflects the times as they were. Now, is this common?
It is in American English, and it's becoming more popular in British English. So, for example, we could say that the climate crisis speaks to a failure of governments for decades.
Yeah, it means it reflects a failure. Let's take a look at that again. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This is from the Huffington Post. Oxford's word of the year sums up exactly how over everything we all are.
So the headline says that the word of the year sums up how we feel. Sums up means summarizes. We are looking though at over, and that seems simple. I know over, you go over a bridge. The bridge goes over a river. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, in your examples, you've used over as a preposition, but here it's actually an adjective.
Right, okay. So what does it mean?
Well, if you're over something, then you are tired, bored, and unenthusiastic about something. So maybe initially at the beginning you were quite enthusiastic, but now you're ready for it to finish.
Okay, so you've had enough of something, you're fed up with it.
Yeah, exactly. So the World Cup, I was quite enthusiastic about it at the beginning, but now I feel like it's been going on for ages. I am over it.
Oh, really? I'm still really into the World Cup, and that's the opposite of over, isn't it?
It is. And we very often use so with this. We say, I'm so over it. Now, in the headline, it refers to how unenthusiastic people are about everything, and when they say everything, they mean this year, all the negative events going on.
There's a lot of bad news around. This use of over is quite informal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very often used in spoken conversation. So I might be having a chat with you and say, I am over working from home. I want to be in the office 5 days a week.
Oh, here we are. Let's take a look at that again. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This one is from Fox News. Oxford Dictionary unveils 2022 word of the year, goblin mode.
We're looking at the word unveils. It makes me think of a traditional wedding where a bride wears a veil over her face, and then it's removed. Everyone can see the face.
Yeah, and it helps to think of it in this way because that is the literal meaning of unveil. But here it's metaphorical and it just means to reveal or uncover.
Yeah, you can imagine, you said it's metaphorical, but Oxford have this word, goblin mode, with a little curtain over it. They open it and we can all see it.
Yes, exactly. This word is also used when something like a new exhibition or a new piece of art is uncovered or revealed.
Yeah, and politicians use it as well to talk about their plans. But is it used in everyday conversation? Can I say to you, I'd like to unveil my Christmas plans?
No, not really, because it's quite a grand thing. It might be that a company or a celebrity might unveil something, so you'd probably just tell me what your Christmas plans are.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had speaks to, reflects.
Over, bored of something that's been happening for a long time.
And unveils, shows for the first time.
Don't forget there's a quiz on our website at bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us and goodbye.
Bye.
This man promised his followers the world, then led them to their deaths. This man was once part of a cult's inner circle and now works to prevent others from doing the same.
I went from Stephen Hassan, who was a college student writing poetry, and I became a right-wing fascist.
We look at what happens when leadership turns bad and how to avoid becoming caught up in a cult. Port Kaituma, Guyana. In 1978, 918 people died here and in the country's capital. This is Jim Jones, an American religious leader. He founded an organisation called the People's Temple in the US. He took many of his followers to Guyana, building a settlement called Jonestown near Port Kaituma. Soon there were reports of beatings, disease and other abuse. Jim Jones' mental and physical health became worse. November 18th, 1978, Temple members attacked a plane on this airstrip. It was carrying a team investigating Jonestown. 5 people died, 11 were injured. In Jonestown, the remaining cult members drank or were forced to take poison. Men, women, children and babies died. This pattern has been repeated. Political leaders like Kim Il-sung and Stalin had cult-like followings and were responsible for many, many deaths. What gives a leader like this such control over their followers?
A cult-type leader is typically someone who claims to have all the answers needed to solve the world's problems, and that includes whatever problems the individual they're attempting to recruit faces as well. As a result of this, they demand absolute commitment from their followers and encourage them to escalate their commitment to the group until a point is reached where absolutely every waking moment and all the emotional and intellectual and financial resources of the person concerned are committed to and involved in the group.
Cult leaders like to claim to be able to solve the world's and your problems, and they want your complete devotion.
Cult leaders are not necessarily easy to spot. At the beginning, they are approaching you in a friendly spirit. They claim to be offering just some interesting ideas about politics, life, religion, or whatever. And they only become clearly cult leaders for most people after a period of time when the person concerned has already escalated their commitment to the group beyond any point of reason.
Cult leaders are not always easy to spot. They can appear very friendly at first.
Well, if we take Jim Jones as an example, he staged miraculous faith healings in which he claimed people were being cured of cancer, that the blind could see and the crippled could walk. But he didn't necessarily begin to influence people by showing them these things. At the beginning, most people wandered into what seemed to be very warm and inviting church services where they felt welcomed in a way that many of them hadn't been welcomed before. And it was only after some period of time that they then were exposed to these deceptive techniques to convince them that Jones was a man with amazing powers beyond the norm.
Leaders like Jim Jones go to great lengths to welcome in new people. We can call this being love-bombed.
Most of us are vulnerable to the lure of cult leaders at various points in our lives, particularly after we have had some kind of stressful experience, such as maybe going through a divorce or losing our jobs. For example, if you look at the Jonestown group, many of the people who joined it had suffered from racist abuse in the past, which traumatized them. Many others were returning veterans of the Vietnam War who were suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and were looking for some kind of idealistic community or group to which they could join and which would make them feel welcome.
Leaders promising all the answers can seem attractive when we are vulnerable. So how can we recognise these leaders?
The first thing I think we need to do is to require people making extraordinary claims to offer a great deal of evidence in support of them. Beyond that, if we think we are in an environment where we're being subjected to pressures that we don't like, that are asking us to constantly escalate our commitment to those groups, and where criticism of the leader is forbidden or discouraged in various ways, it is best to try and get out of that environment as quickly as is possible.
If you are feeling controlled by someone else, it is best to leave. This isn't always easy to do, so try to get support from others if you can. Dr. Stephen Hassan knows all about cults. In the 1970s, he became a senior figure in the Unification Church, more commonly known as the Moonies. The church was set up by a Korean called Sun Myung Moon. He claimed to be God's Messiah, but members were often cut off from their previous life, prevented from seeing family and friends. Stephen now works to stop others from becoming a victim of cult leaders.
My personality changed dramatically. That's one of the telltale signs, actually, of being in an authoritarian cult, is what we refer to as a radical personality change. So I went from Stephen Hassan, who was a college student writing poetry, who had a ponytail and wore dungarees, to a man with a short haircut, three-piece suit, and I became a right-wing fascist, essentially throwing out my poetry, cutting off from my family and friends because they raised concerns about my membership.
So Stephen Hassan's personality changed dramatically when he became a Moonie. How did he view the leader, Sun Myung Moon?
So it's very important to understand that I was already programmed to look at him as the greatest man in human history. So naturally, I had my blinders on already when I actually met with him and experienced him. I've heard many people see him speak and they'd say, he has no charisma. Like, how could you see anything in him? So that's an interesting phenomenon, that somebody who feels that the person is emanating great charisma and power could leave somebody else completely dry.
Stephen admired Sun Myung Moon, but he had been programmed or brainwashed to be. Others saw him differently. How did this inform Stephen's view of leadership?
First of all, I consider myself, before the Moonies, a bookworm introvert. When I got into the cult and I was pushed into leadership positions and recruiting strangers on street corners, I became very extroverted in my cult identity. In fact, I was told to become a small Sun Myung Moon and think like him and walk like him and talk like him. And when I got out of the cult, I didn't want any leadership. I didn't want to influence anybody. And yet I knew what I knew, and I knew that I had a contribution to help others.
Stephen realised he had a leadership role to play in preventing others from joining cults. So how does his leadership differ now?
I want people to ask me questions, and I answer honestly and responsibly. And often people will challenge me and say, we don't agree with this point or that. And I think about it, and if I realize they're right, I apologize and I change my point of view. So the key is humility, I think.
Stephen encourages people to challenge his views, and he is willing to change his mind. So how easy is it to fall for a cult these days?
Social media is intentionally going to use information that's gathered about you from all of your activities. There are some 5,000 data points on every human being, I'm told. And these are going to be oriented in algorithms towards you. So what I say is you need to be really skeptical. And if you're curious about something, really do a consumer awareness approach. It's saying they're making this claim. It sounds outrageous. I need outrageous level of proof.
Be skeptical or wary of claims being made online, and check them out thoroughly. So people who make grand promises and demand complete loyalty from you are likely to be cult-like leaders. Even online, question their claims, check their facts. If they are authentic, they won't mind.
Officials in Tanzania say at least 47 people were killed and 85 more injured in flooding and landslides in the country's north. Indonesia says rescuers have found the remains of 11 climbers following the burst of the Mount Merapi volcano in West Sumatra. 12 other climbers are missing. In Venezuela, voters approve a proposal to claim rule over territory disputed with neighboring Guyana. And in Uganda, a 70-year-old woman gives birth to twins at a hospital in the capital, Kampala, making her one of the world's oldest new mothers. In Beijing, EU President Ursula von der Leyen says the EU and China have agreed to establish balanced trade relations. She spoke after talks with President Xi Jinping. The American military grounds all Osprey V-22 helicopters 1 week after 8 soldiers died in an Osprey crash into the ocean near Japan. Guyana says a military helicopter carrying 7 people disappeared in bad weather near the country's border with Venezuela. And the U.S. Senate blocks an emergency bill that called for billions of dollars in new assistance to Ukraine and Israel.
Protests in Iran. Younger generation demand change. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like the video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
Neither headscarf nor humiliation. Freedom and equality. This is one thing university students in Iran have been shouting. Protests began in Iran and around the world last month when a young woman died after being arrested by the morality police for not covering her hair. Many members of the younger generation say they want a different lifestyle and don't identify with the Iranian regime. Human rights groups say 200 people have died in the protests so far.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have fan flames, wave, and Gen Z.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one is from the Financial Times. Iranian celebrities fan flames of anti-regime protests.
And so the headline is saying that celebrities inside and out of Iran are taking part in anti-regime protests. That's protests against the current political system. But the expression that we are looking at is fan flames, or fully, fan the flames of something. And we need to break that down. The first part is the word fan. Now, Beth, we are in a TV studio. There are lights, they're quite hot.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes it gets so hot in here that we have to fan ourselves to cool down.
Yeah, okay, so that's the first part, fan. We need to look at the second part now, flames. If you light a fire, let's say a barbecue, and you want to make the flames more intense, you can fan the flames and they get stronger. That's the expression, fan the flames, but we're not talking literally here.
No, so generally speaking, fan the flames is an expression used metaphorically, and it usually means to make a tense situation even more tense. Now, in this headline, celebrities are encouraging and supporting the protests, so that's why we're using it. They are making the fire bigger or making the protests bigger.
That's right. So celebrities want to encourage the protesters to carry on until they achieve what they're trying to get. They are fanning the flames. Do we have any other expressions like this?
Yes, we have add fuel to the fire. Now, if you add fuel, something like wood or coal, to a fire, then it gets bigger. Now, again, this expression is used metaphorically, and it means to encourage a situation in which there are strong or high emotions.
Okay, let's take a look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from France 24. Fame no shield from frightening Iran arrest wave.
And so the headline is saying that fame, or being famous, is not a shield against arrest. A shield is something that protects you. So celebrities are also being arrested. But the word we're interested in is wave, but we're not talking about water or oceans, are we?
No, but if you think about a wave in the ocean, it starts small and then it gets bigger before getting smaller again. So in this headline, wave is used to mean that a lot of arrests are happening at the moment, arrest wave.
Yes, so since the protests began, there's been a large number of arrests, a wave of arrests. This word wave we can see used in other contexts with a sort of similar meaning.
Yes, so in the summer this year, we heard a lot about heat waves. That's high temperatures for a specific amount of time. We also sometimes hear about a wave of sickness, which is lots of people getting sick at the same time.
Yeah. Are there any other words like wave that have this similar meaning?
Yeah, so we can use surge. Again, like a wave, it's connected to water, but it's used metaphorically to mean a large amount of something happening at one time, like a power surge or a crowd surge, for example.
Okay, let's look at that one more time. Our next headline, please.
This is from The Telegraph. How Gen Z, or Gen Z as they say in the US, became the Iranian regime's most fearsome opponent.
Yes, so the headline is saying that Gen Z is a fearsome opponent of the regime. Fearsome means frightening, and opponent is someone or a group against another group. And the headline is saying that this group, Gen Z, are the most frightening opposition group for the government in Iran. But who or what exactly is Gen Z or Gen Z?
Well, Gen Z is short for Generation Z, and it refers to people who were born in the late 1990s and early 2000s.
Now, in Iran, a lot of the protesters are school age or university age, and that is the age group that's known as Gen Z. But we have other names for other generations. What are they?
Yeah, so we have millennials. That refers to people born between the early 1980s and the mid-90s. That's me. We then have Generation X. They were born between mid-1960 and the early 1980s.
And that's me.
And then there are the baby boomers who were born after World War II.
Yes, and that's my parents' generation. So why do we have these expressions? Why do we need them?
Well, classifying groups of people by their age is an easy way to differentiate between different groups of people, different generations. And it can make it easier for the reader if they immediately know which generation and their kind of supposed characteristics that they're reading about.
Yep. Okay, let's have a look at that again. We've had fan the flames of something, encourage an already tense situation.
Wave, lots of things are happening at once.
And Gen Z, the group of people born between the late 1990s and the early 2000s.
Don't forget, there is a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us and goodbye.
Bye.
Could apples, berries and cacao improve our memory as we get older? This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video and try the quiz on our website. Now the story.
What you eat could improve your memory as you age. That's according to new research in the US that found people with a diet rich in flavonols may be less likely to lose their memory. The substance is found in tea, berries, apples, and cacao, the seed that chocolate is made from. But while some scientists think eating more dark chocolate could help, others say more research is needed.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have keep something at bay, stave off, and drive.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from the Mail Online. 6 squares of dark chocolate a day may keep the memory loss at bay.
So this headline is suggesting that eating dark chocolate can help prevent you from losing your memory as you get older. The expression we are looking at is keep something at bay. It's quite a strange sounding expression. What does it mean?
Well, quite simply, it means to stop something bad or dangerous, harmful from happening to you. So in this case, the harmful thing is memory loss. We want to prevent memory loss, so we want to keep it at bay.
Yes, and this expression does have a wider use. It's not only about memory loss.
No, it's not. We can use it for lots of harmful things, but it is often related to health. So, for example, washing your hands can keep infections at bay, or exercising can keep heart disease at bay.
Yes, and take note, we can also use the word hold instead of keep. Hold something at bay, it means exactly the same thing. Let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from The Guardian. Tea, apples, and berries could stave off age-related memory loss, study suggests.
Again, this headline is about preventing something bad from happening to us, in this case, memory loss. The expression we're going to look at is stave off. Now, that word stave, that's an old-fashioned sounding word for a long stick, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and it might help you to think about that long stick to understand this expression. So, Neil, imagine something is physically threatening you, maybe a pack of wild dogs, and you have a long stick. What are you going to do with it?
Well, if a pack of wild dogs was attacking me, I would use the long stick to protect myself. Maybe I could wave it and the dogs would go away. That's a strong mental image. It might help you to remember the meaning of this phrasal verb, but actually we don't usually use stave off in a literal sense anymore.
We don't, but it does have the same meaning. It just means to prevent something bad from happening, just like our first expression, keep something at bay. And again, this is something we often use with health. Some people say that drinking orange juice can stave off a cold, but we can also use it to mean prevent other general negative things.
Yes, and one more interesting thing to note, stave off is a phrasal verb, and it's the kind of phrasal verb that you can split in the middle. So you can say orange juice staves off colds, or you can say orange juice staves colds off. Let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from The Independent. Diet low in flavanols may drive age-related memory loss, scientists claim.
So this headline is looking at the same story, but from the opposite angle. It's saying that a diet low in flavanols, now that's that substance that you find in apples, berries, tea, and cacao, a diet low in that could cause memory loss. And the word we're looking at is drive, a familiar word used differently here.
Yes, but we're not talking about cars here. So drive actually has a wider meaning than the one we all know connected to cars and driving. It can also mean to force something in a certain direction.
Yes, so when the headline says that a diet low in flavanols drives memory loss, it means that that diet pushes in the direction of memory loss.
And in the same way, when you drive a car, actually what you're doing is just forcing it to go in a certain direction.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had keep something at bay, prevent something bad affecting you.
Stave off, also prevent something bad affecting you.
And drive, force in a certain direction.
Did you know that exercise can also help our brains? To learn more, watch this episode of News Review.
Don't forget to click here so that you can subscribe and never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
Як in English буде тротуар, перехрестя, затор, пішохідний перехід? Як називати англійською різні типи дорожніх знаків? Що таке chevron в дорожній розмітці? Та що ще, окрім здатися та капітулювати, означає дієслово to surrender? Як описати маршрут англійською та дати вказівки, куди їхати? І як дістатися пункту призначення? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська. І сьогодні ми говоримо про driving – керування автівкою, а зокрема про traffic, road signs та routes – дорожній рух, знаки та маршрути. Транспорт рухається автомобільною дорогою – a motorway або a road, або ж швидкісною трасою – a highway, що має смуги, які в англійській мові називаються lanes. Відповідно, автівки рухаються по car lane, автобуси мають свою bus lane, а велосипедисти – bicycle or bike lane. Пішоходи – pedestrians ходять по pedestrian lane або ж a sidewalk. І перш ніж ми почнемо говорити про дорожні знаки та розмітку англійською, перевірте, чи ви підписані на наш канал, а також залиште під цим відео коментар зі зворотнім зв'язком. Це допомагає нашому освітньому контенту поширюватися, і більше українських військових зможуть побачити це відео і покращити свою англійську. Дорожня розмітка – pavement markers. Вона надає інформацію about the direction of traffic щодо напрямку руху and where you may and may not travel, куди вам можна та не можна їхати. Pavement markings виконують наступні функції. Divide traffic lanes – розділяють дорожні смуги. Show turning lanes вказують на смуги для повороту. Mark pedestrian crossings позначають пішохідні переходи. Indicate obstacles помічають перешкоди. And inform you when it is not safe to pass. І інформують, де проїжджати небезпечно. Залежно від країни вони можуть розрізнятися, але зазвичай це white lines, yellow lines, edge lines – лінії краю дороги, arrows – вказівні стрілки, reversible lanes – реверсивні смуги. Роздільна смуга – це center line or separation line. Суцільна – пряма – solid line. Переривчаста пряма – broken line. Raised pavement markers – це попереджувальні елементи, що виступають над поверхнею дороги. Rumble strips – це смужки, які видають своєрідний гуркіт – rumble, та відчуваються водіями, якщо на них наїхати. Дорожня розмітка, яку називають chevron, скеровує рух транспорту в необхідну смугу або використовується для розділення транспортних потоків у протилежних напрямках. Тож шеврони є не лише у військових, а й на дорозі. Дорожні знаки – road signs. Залежно від країни, де ви керуєте транспортним засобом, поділ знаків на категорії різниця. Проте основними все ж залишаються попереджувальні – warning signs, регулювальні – regulatory signs та інформаційно-вказівні – guide signs або information signs. Серед попереджувальних знаків – warning signs, що зустрічаються дорогою, найчастіше є попереду світлофор – traffic light, traffic lights, traffic signals або stop lights. Перехрестя – crossroads або junction. Затори – traffic queues, тоді як в розмовній мові ви частіше всього почуєте фразу traffic jams. Інші назви затору – це blockage, bottleneck, congestion, gridlock, logjam або roadblock. Пішохідний перехід – це pedestrian crossing, zebra crossing або zebra crossing. Залізничний переїзд зі шлагбаумом – це level crossing with a barrier. Вам також можуть трапитися назви railway level crossing, railway crossing, grade crossing або railroad crossing. Це здебільшого американський варіант. Road through railroad, crisscross, train crossing. Круговий рух – це roundabout або a rotary or traffic circle. Якщо ваш навігатор налаштовано на англійську, то ви почуєте at the roundabout, take the first, the second, the third exit. На кільці поверніть на першому, другому, третьому з'їзді. Двосторонній рух – це two-way traffic. Відповідно, односторонній рух – це one-way traffic. Відповідно, вулиця або дорога з двостороннім рухом – це two-way street або road, а з одностороннім – one-way street або road. До регулюючих знаків – regulatory signs, які дозволяють allow чи забороняють prohibit певні дії на дорозі, залежно від країни, де ви керуєте авто, можуть належати. В'їзд заборонено – no entry. Рух транспорту заборонено – no vehicles. Рух пішоходів заборонено – no pedestrians. Обгін заборонено – no overtaking. Поступись дорогою – yield or give way. Дієслово to yield має декілька значень, і тут воно вживається в значенні to surrender, що може перекладатися не тільки здаватися та капітулювати, а й поступатися, у цьому випадку дорогою. Знак stop – це stop sign. Поступись дорогою зустрічному транспорту – give way to oncoming vehicles. Попереду поворот – праворуч, ліворуч. Знак, який каже нам turn right, turn left. Поворот ліворуч, праворуч заборонений. No turn left sign або no turn right sign. Straight ahead sign – рух прямо. Цей знак каже нам go straight ahead або go straight on. Пригальмуйте – знак, який закликає скинути швидкість – це slow down. Інформаційно-вказівні знаки guide signs або інколи їх називають information signs. Вони вказують на destination – пункт призначення, distance – відстань, direction – напрямок руху, а також дають інформацію щодо дорожніх умов та сервісів на дорозі. Наприклад, автозаправна станція – gas station в американській англійській. Там ви можете придбати gasoline або petrol for your vehicle. А в британській англійській заправку називають petrol station. Також можна зустріти назву filling station. Існує безліч інших знаків, які просто неможливо згадати всі в одному уроці. Але ви можете самостійно знайти їх у мережі та подивитися, як вони називаються. Якщо вам раптом доведеться давати інструкції з пересування іноземцю, або їхати за інструкціями іноземця, або ж кермувати автівкою за кордоном. Перейдімо до наступного пункту – прокладання маршруту, бо одна з вимог стандарту з військової англійської – вміння описувати in English маршрут руху, давати вказівки щодо пересування автівкою. Ви маєте вміти давати бодай прості інструкції та вміти розповісти, як дістатися певного місця, а також зрозуміти інструкції, які вам можуть дати іноземці. У граматичному плані нам в цьому допоможе imperative mood – наказовий спосіб, про який ми говорили в одному з попередніх відео, а також prepositions of movement та prepositions of place – прийменники руху та прийменники місця, які ми розбирали в попередніх уроках. А от на лексику, на слова та фрази, з якими ці прийменники узгоджуються, прошу вас звернути увагу.
Go straight on.
Рухайтесь прямо.
Go straight ahead.
Рухайтесь прямо.
Continue driving.
Продовжуйте рух.
Turn right at the crossroads.
Поверніть праворуч на перехресті.
Turn left at the crossroads.
Поверніть ліворуч на перехресті.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
На кільці поверніть на другий з'їзд.
Go along the street past the bank.
Їдьте вздовж вулиці повз банк.
Go until you reach the train station.
Їдьте, доки не дістанетесь з залізничного вокзалу.
Drive through the square.
Проїдьте через площу.
Go over the bridge.
Переїдьте міст.
The post office is at the corner of the street.
Пошта знаходиться на розі вулиці.
The city council will be on your left.
Міська рада буде ліворуч від вас.
The drugstore will be on your right.
Аптека буде справа від вас.
The hospital is just across the street.
Госпіталь на іншому боці вулиці.
The police department is just over there.
Поліцейська дільниця он там неподалік.
The warehouse is located next to the hangars.
Склад знаходиться біля ангарів.
The observation post is opposite the old building.
Пункт спостереження знаходиться напроти старої будівлі.
The headquarters is located between the two barracks.
Штаб знаходиться між двома казармами.
Stop at the gas station.
Зупинись на заправці.
Отже, друзі, ви отримали порцію лексики для опису дорожніх знаків, розмітки, основних вказівників на дорозі. А також, слідуючи нашим моделям, можете прокласти маршрут, описати дорогу, дати прості вказівки англійською мовою щодо того, як дістатись певного місця, в якому напрямку їхати, де куди звертати та де зупинятися. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська, на якому ми з командою волонтерів не зупиняємося та продовжуємо, не збавляючи швидкості, рухатися в напрямку підвищення рівня володіння англійською мовою серед українських військовослужбовців. Зустрінемось у наступному відеоуроці.
Fake news.
Hello, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
And this is Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In the program today, we're talking about images, and we meet viral image debunker Paulo Ordoveza.
Things that you need to look out for when you're looking at a viral image, you want to look for any signs of manipulation, telltales that it's been edited.
Before we get to that though, Sam, I'm looking forward to your vocabulary session. What are you going to be telling us about today?
Well, today, Hugo, I am talking about the world of deceit and the words con, scam, phishing, and hoax. There have always been people who want to take our money, and the internet and social media have provided criminals with different opportunities to try and con us. The verb to con means to deceive, to trick, or to cheat, and the noun a con describes the method of tricking. For example, on social media, you sometimes see competition with fantastic prizes like a car or a boat, and all you have to do is like the post and share it to have a chance of winning. Many of these competitions are cons. They're not real and are designed to get us to share personal information, which many people will do because they want to win the prize. But no one ever wins, and the people who run the con have collected lots of personal data. The word con dates back to the mid to late 19th century and is a shortened version of confidence man, which was the term for a person who was able to persuade people to give him money in return for a service that was never given and was not what was promised. This was known as a confidence trick or a con trick, and now just a con. A similar word for a con is a scam. Scam is a much newer word though, from the late 1960s, and in most cases it can be used in the same way as a con. Those online competitions are often scams, so be careful and beware of scammers, the people who are trying to trick you. A good piece of advice is, if it looks too good to be true, it probably is. A very modern type of scam is phishing. The term was coined in the 1990s and is a variation of the word phishing. The scammers are phishing for your personal details. This is often done through emails, which try to get you to log on to a website that looks like your bank's, but is actually a fake site from which the phishers collect your login details. Another type of scam that has been around for centuries but is also popular on the internet are hoaxes. A hoax is something that has been created to trick you into believing something that isn't true. This could be a fake news story, but hoaxes are also common with photos and videos. Take this one as an example. If someone claims with authority that it's proof of the existence of the creature known as Bigfoot, it's a hoax, because it's just a person in a hairy costume.
Thanks, Sam, and that leads us on nicely to today's topic about images.
Yeah, so there's an old saying that the camera doesn't lie, but I'm not so sure we believe that anymore.
Well, the camera can only record what it sees, so in that case, it can't lie. But what we are told we're seeing the image is not necessarily what the image actually is.
Yeah, so the camera doesn't lie, but people do.
Yeah, well, that's a good way to put it. And of course, with the digital tools at our fingertips today, we can change, manipulate, or even create a completely digital image that looks like a real photograph.
Yeah, but now we're not talking about just putting a nice filter on our social media selfies, are we?
No, there are a few different ways images are used to tell a different story to the one that was photographed. One thing we see a lot is real images. They're not fake or photoshopped, but they are from a different time or place, Then the caption states.
Yeah, so the caption on an image can also be misleading in the way it describes what is happening in the photo, particularly if it generates strong emotion.
Yeah, well, here's an example. Look at this picture. And it might make you feel completely different emotions depending on how it's described. Amazing. I saw the police helping an injured protester. Terrible. I saw the police attacking an innocent protester. So what do you think, Sam? Do you think the different captions tell a different story?
Definitely, yes. So those two captions elicit two completely different emotions. But which one is right? Without a wider context, we wouldn't know which one was correct. So that's not the only way images can be misleading. It's not just captions. Images can be cropped, manipulated and edited to add things that were never there, or take away things that were there. In fact, it's so easy to do this now that an aged relative of mine, who shall remain nameless, removed an in-law from a family photo and replaced her with a bush. That photo now hangs in the living room, and unless you really examined it closely, you wouldn't realize at all that someone was missing.
I'm glad I'm not in your family, Sam. Now, most mainstream media organizations are very careful about the images they use and how they're described, particularly if those images have come from members of the public.
So on social media, though, anyone can publish an image and say anything about it.
And that's where people like today's guest come in. Paulo Odovesa is a viral image debunker. He's known as PicPedant on Twitter and spends his free time verifying images which seem to him to be not quite right. It's an activity he took up while working as a contractor at NASA. I spoke to him earlier and asked why he does it.
Well, partly I'm just pedantic. I'm a stickler for accuracy, but partly it's also that I get annoyed at seeing digital art, seeing manipulated images passed off as real, and in a sense, it's unfair to the people who made them because you've robbed them of attribution, you've robbed them of context and credit, and I want to see justice done in that sense. But on a grander scale, it's also that small lies can later lead to bigger lies. I've seen cases of viral image purveyors who just grab stuff off Reddit, later be cited in bigger contexts, and the damage they can do is amplified significantly by the nature of social media. I've seen people go from historical photos and go into full-blown health conspiracies about the pandemic. I've seen nature photos lead to eco-fascism. So, it's the kind of thing I'd like to see nipped in the bud before it leads to grander, more harmful falsehoods.
So he sees artists' work being stolen without credit, fake and edited images being published as real, and also people who do this using their popularity on social media to promote conspiracy theories and radical action. But how do we know that an image is fake, copied, or misleading? If you do this a lot, you can spot the signs easily. But for those of us with less experience, here are a few tips from PicPedant.
For one thing, there's context. You want to see is this image too good to be true? Is it too lucky? Sometimes a photographer will get lucky, but sometimes that image is manipulated. Also think about what emotions these images are eliciting in you. What are they trying to make you feel or think or do? What is the publisher's aim? Are they trying to make money? Are they trying to become more popular? Are they trying to manipulate your view of the world? And things that you need to look out for when you're looking at a viral image, you want to look for any signs of manipulation, telltales that it's been edited. Sometimes the edges are too blurry. Sometimes the edges are too sharp. Sometimes the light sources are different and you'll see shadows in different directions. Sometimes the perspective will be wrong, or you'll see artifacts of Photoshop clone stamping, or you'll see repeating patterns that indicate that something has been copied.
A few things to look out for there, some technical, some emotional. We've seen throughout this series that many examples of fake news are designed to generate strong emotions, and photos are no different.
Yes, this doesn't mean that every emotional, interesting, or spectacular image is suspicious. The latest baby picture from your family is probably not fake, but with your critical thinking head on, when you see images that make you feel upset, angry, or outraged, it might be worth taking a deep breath and doing a bit of investigating before you think about sharing.
And how do you investigate an image? Here's Paulo Odovesa again with a practical tip.
The first thing I do is plug the image into a reverse image search tool like TinEye or Google Image Search, which has a reverse image search if you click on the little camera icon in the search bar. And that will show you repeat occurrences of the image across various websites and how far back the repetitions go. I have to warn you that the oldest or the largest image are not always necessarily the original image. So you have to be able to tell from context, from the site, if that it is actually the photographer or the digital artist's original image. Also, if I found that if you search for the caption, if you do a phrase search by entering the caption in quotes into Google or DuckDuckGo as I use, you might find a Reddit post or some other social media post where the image was first posted or where the image first became popular. On certain photography sites, you might be able to find the metadata for the image, or the EXIF data as it's called. And that will tell you things like what camera was used to take the image, what lens they use, what lens angle, what f-stop, what exposure. But it will also tell you what software the image has been through. Now remember that Photoshop is not necessarily a sign that the image has been manipulated, or at least has been faked, because sometimes a photographer will take an image into Photoshop and do some minor enhancements. That doesn't mean the image has been completely faked, but sometimes it may mean that. Again, you have to consider context.
So search for the caption. That's a good tip.
Yeah, that's also a good thing to do if you see a controversial meme. You know the ones. There's a photograph of a politician or another public figure and a quote next to their image, which is supposed to be something they said or was said about them. Put that quote into a search engine to see what comes up, and you'll be able to see if it's a real quote or something that's made up.
That's very good advice. I do that all the time. And the other good suggestion is to do a reverse image search. Are you familiar with that, Sam?
Yes, so that's where you search using an image rather than text to see if that same image has been used before on the internet. Shall we do a little demonstration?
Yeah, let's do it. So let's take this image. Let's imagine someone has posted this picture online today with the caption, "The media isn't covering this, but there are violent demonstrations outside Parliament. Please share."
Okay, so I'm using a site called TinEye, which is one of the ones Paolo mentioned. I drag the image into the box here, and then I let it do its thing. It then shows me all the examples of this image it has found. You can sort by date and see that this image has been present on the internet since at least 2012. So it can't be from something that happened today. The image is genuine, but the description is misleading.
Thank you, Sam. Very useful tips there. Now, would you please remind us of today's vocabulary?
Yes, of course. So I'm going to start by picking out a word that we've used a lot today, which is manipulate. To manipulate an image means to change it or edit it in some way to deliberately mislead. And as we've discussed, you can also manipulate emotions. Our guest Paolo said that he was pedantic, which I am about grammar, which means being very concerned that things are correct, often things that other people are not that worried about. And that he is a stickler for accuracy. When you are a stickler for something, you expect or demand a certain level of behavior. If you see this phrase, you will see it mostly with the noun accuracy or rules. Two words which mean nearly the same thing are con and scam. These are dishonest schemes designed to trick people and take their money. The people who carry out these schemes are con artists and scammers. Phishing is a type of scam. It's a trick designed to steal your banking information by getting you to log on to a fake website with your real details. And a hoax is a kind of deception, something designed to make you believe something that isn't true.
Thank you, Sam. It's very easy to manipulate images today, and images can be used to manipulate our emotions. So be skeptical, be vigilant, and share safely.
And remember that just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's true. And if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
The United States frees an ally of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in exchange for 10 imprisoned Americans and a Malaysian businessman wanted in a U.S. Navy corruption case. Argentina's President Javier Milei signs a series of economic measures to cut spending, end export limits, and ease government rules. In India, opposition lawmakers who were among 141 suspended from Parliament by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government protest in New Delhi. And the government of Angola announces it is leaving OPEC because membership in the oil group does not serve its interests. In western Japan, rescue workers continue searching wreckage for survivors after Monday's powerful earthquake that killed at least 62 people. Japanese transport officials and police carry out separate investigations into why 2 aircraft collided Tuesday on a runway at Tokyo's Haneda Airport. In Iran, reports say 2 bombs killed at least 103 people in Kerman at an event honoring an Iranian paramilitary general killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2020. And in the Gaza Strip, Israel's military says it continues to carry out intensive battles against Hamas in the territory.
Rich nations agree to pay poorer countries for damage caused by climate change. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now let's hear the story.
People in the world's poorest countries suffer the devastating effects of climate change more than anyone else. Now, rich nations have agreed to pay into a fund to help countries damaged by the industrial activity of the developed world. The UN's climate chief says this will benefit the most vulnerable around the world. Some are calling the deal a historic victory, but others worry it is not enough.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have empty, game changer, and hot air.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from The Conversation. COP27's Loss and Damage Fund for Developing Countries could be a breakthrough or another empty climate promise.
So the headline is saying this could be a breakthrough, that means a really big development, or it could be an empty promise. And we're looking at the word empty. Now, Beth, I always have a mug of tea before we start recording. I've drunk it now and it is empty. There's nothing in it. Is there a connection in the meaning?
Well, we do often associate empty with physical objects, so like your mug. It's empty, it contains nothing now, but it's not only for the inside of objects, so we can also use it with words, things that you say, like promises.
Yeah, and when we use it in that way, we are saying those words are meaningless, really.
Exactly. So the headline writer says, empty climate promise. That means they think that the developed countries might not actually give the money to the developing countries.
And we can use empty in this sense with other nouns, for example, empty words or empty threats. That's when you say you will do something, but you don't.
Exactly. In fact, Neil, don't you say every week that you'll buy me a coffee and then you don't?
Yes, that is an empty promise. I also say to my kids, you're getting nothing for Christmas because your room is so untidy. But that is an empty threat. Of course, I'm going to buy them something for Christmas. Let's have a look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from RTE. EU proposal, the game changer at COP27.
And we are looking at the expression game changer. Now, I know what a game is. It's the World Cup at the moment. There are games on every day. But together with changer, there's a different meaning. What's the sense?
Well, a game changer means something is so significant that it actually changes the way that something is done or the way that it's thought about. Now, game here doesn't mean a game that you play, it's actually just the situation. And the situation here is that developed countries are giving money to poorer nations because of climate damage.
Yeah, and that new agreement is seen as a significant development, so we can call it a game changer. Are there any other uses?
Well, it's usually used for big things rather than minor developments. So we can use it with ideas like inventions or events.
Yes, and talking of inventions, a really obvious and good example is the smartphone. It has been a complete game changer. It changes the way we do lots of things.
Yeah, we can now connect to the internet anywhere.
Let's take a look at that one more time. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from The Telegraph. COP27 was a lot of hot air, again.
And the expression we're looking at is hot air. And the meaning seems obvious, air which is hot, like a hairdryer, right?
Well, that's not what it means here. So hot air is actually something that sounds impressive, but in reality, it means nothing. It's nonsense.
Yeah, so according to the writer, all of the discussion, all of the agreements were nonsense. They were meaningless. They were hot air. Now, hot air is quite informal, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it's also quite rude. If you say that what someone is saying is hot air, then they're probably going to be quite offended.
Okay, I'll avoid that expression then. Are there any alternatives we could use?
Yeah, well, hot air is informal and rude, and there are some even ruder expressions. We're not going to mention them here, but you could say that someone is talking rubbish or talking nonsense. Again, a little bit informal and rude.
And as we often see, there is a double meaning in this headline. Can you explain it?
Yeah, so with climate change, the planet is literally heating up. It's getting hotter. So yeah, here we've got hot air, and that is what the planet has.
Okay, let's have a look at that one more time. We've had empty, meaningless.
Game changer, something that causes a significant change.
And hot air. It sounds impressive, but it's nonsense.
Don't forget, there is a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
The 8 habits that could make you live longer. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
8 healthy habits in middle age may increase your life by more than 20 years. According to research, you can lengthen your life by doing regular exercise, having a healthy diet, positive social relationships, and a regular sleep routine, and avoiding stress, smoking, opioid drugs, and too much alcohol. The study was carried out over 8 years, and more than 700,000 Americans took part in it.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have kicking habits, longevity, and adopting.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from The Independent. Kicking these 8 habits could help you live 20 years longer, scientists say.
So, kicking these habits can help you live longer. A habit is something that you do regularly, sometimes a good thing, like exercise, sometimes a bad thing, like smoking. But you kick a football, you can kick something away, but kick a habit?
Well, think of the literal action of kick. If you kick a football, then you move it out of your way, possibly quite quickly and violently. So if you kick a bad habit, like smoking or drinking too much alcohol, then you're metaphorically forcing it away from you. You're stopping the habit.
Yeah, and we use kick and habit together very regularly, especially to talk about something that you really want to stop doing. Beth, have you kicked a habit, or is there one you really want to kick?
Well, I'm trying to stop eating as much chocolate, but I haven't quite kicked the habit yet. What about you?
I really want to kick the habit of checking my phone all the time. I do it so often and it's a really bad thing. I want to kick that habit. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from worldhealth.net. These habits may help to extend your longevity by decades.
So this headline says that these habits will extend your longevity. Longevity is the word that we're looking at. I can see it's got long in it. Is there a connection?
There is, yeah. So longevity is a noun and it means living for a long time. So this headline is saying that having these habits will make you live longer. But there is another meaning to longevity, isn't there?
Yes, if something is popular or useful for a long time, we can say that it has longevity. Now, for example, flexible working could be important for longevity in a job, meaning that people will want to stay in their job longer if it's flexible.
And take note, this word is quite formal, so it is usually seen more in writing than speaking. I wouldn't say, did you know that doing exercise helps your longevity? I would say it helps you live longer.
Yes, now take note about the pronunciation of this word. It's a little bit strange. It's longevity. So we have the ng at the end of long as normal, but then there's this j sound as well. Longevity. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Perth Now. Adopting 8 simple healthy habits could help increase your lifespan by decades, a survey finds.
So this headline is saying you can achieve longevity, that's the word that we just looked at, by adopting these habits. Adopting is the word we're looking at now. Now, Beth, there was a kitten living in our street and it didn't have a home, so we brought it into our home to live. We adopted it.
Well, that's very cute. Adopt can be when you take responsibility for something, like your kitten. If it's a child, then that is a legal process. You adopt a child. Now, Neil, when you adopted your kitten, it became yours. And that idea is the same as in the headline with adopt. It means taken and now belongs to you.
Yes, so the headline is saying that you can take these healthy habits and apply them to yourself. Now, it's not just these habits that you can adopt, or kittens or children. You can also adopt a new approach, for example, or a person might adopt a new attitude.
That's right. I watched a documentary about being vegetarian. Could I say that I have adopted a new diet?
You could. It does sound a little bit formal. I understand what you mean, but probably you'd just say, I've changed my diet, or I've changed the way I eat. Let's look at that again. We've had kicking habits, stopping bad habits.
Longevity, living or lasting a long time.
And adopting, taking as your own.
Now, if you're interested in longevity, we recently asked, could humans live to 140 years old? Click here to watch that video.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Hello everyone! Today, my friend Marcia is at her friend's house. She says it is beautiful. I want to see this house. Here we are. Marcia, I am in the kitchen. It is a beautiful kitchen.
It is beautiful. We cooked in the kitchen.
I eat in the kitchen.
We relax in the living room.
I relax in the living room. Marcia, let's go upstairs.
I am in the living room. I relax in the living room.
Now you try it.
Anna, where are you?
Marcia, I am in the bathroom. I wash in the bathroom.
I am in the bedroom. We sleep in the bedroom.
I sleep in the bedroom.
We sleep in the bedroom.
I wash in the bathroom.
Now you try it. Say where you are.
Hello everyone! Today, my friend Marcia is at her friend's house. She says it is beautiful. I want to see this house. Here we are. Marcia, I am in the kitchen. It is a beautiful kitchen.
It is beautiful. We cooked in the kitchen.
I eat in the kitchen.
We relax in the living room.
I relax in the living room. Marcia, let's go upstairs.
Anna, where are you?
Marcia, I am in the bathroom. I wash in the bathroom.
I am in the bedroom. We sleep in the bedroom.
I sleep in the bedroom.
Could plastic-eating worms help the world's pollution crisis? This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now it's time for the story.
Getting rid of plastic with worm spit. Spanish scientists have discovered something in waxworms' saliva which helps them eat plastic. It's hoped the breakthrough will be an effective and natural way of reducing plastic pollution. One researcher suggests in the future, plastic-eating worm kits could be used in the home.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have gobbling, lowly, and humble.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one is from France 24. Plastic gobbling enzymes in worm spit may help ease pollution.
And so the headline is saying something useful has been found in the spit of a certain kind of worm. And it's the enzyme in the spit. Enzymes are things that help chemical processes happen more quickly. In this case, destroying plastic. But the word that we're interested in is gobbling. And gobbling is a word connected to the noise a turkey makes.
Yes, you're right. So when a turkey gets its food, it eats very quickly and loudly, and we say this is gobble. So the headline writer has turned this into an adjective, just like the noise gobble gobble, and then we've got a new word, plastic gobbling.
Gobble is a funny word in English because it sounds like the thing it is describing, and we have a lot of words like that. For example, what noise does a cat make?
Meow.
Okay, so the noise is like that, and the word to describe that is meow. What about chickens?
Cluck cluck.
Okay, chickens make a cluck cluck noise, and the word we write down and say is cluck.
Yeah, so the headline makes you imagine a worm noisily eating plastic, just like a turkey gobbling it. Now, of course, this is an exaggeration, but it's quite entertaining and it gives you a strong mental image.
Yeah. Can you give us some examples of other words connected to eating and the noise involved?
Yes, so we have gulp.
Okay, so that is gulp.
And that is about eating food and drinking quickly and loudly. And then we also have guzzle, but that's only really used for drink.
Yeah, and we have a word not connected to sound, but it's got an animal in it. To wolf something down means to eat it really quickly. Let's take a look at that one more time. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This one is from Reuters. Lowly waxworm saliva may boost fight against plastic pollution.
The headline is saying that the saliva, that's the spit, another word for spit, of this certain kind of worm might boost, that means help, the attempt to reduce plastic. But the word we're looking at is lowly. What can you tell us about lowly?
Well, there's a clue in this word lowly, low, and it means low in position or importance. So, for example, Neil, when I started in my career, I wasn't presenting News Review for the BBC. I was in a lowly position.
Okay, so you mean that you feel that the job you were doing wasn't as important as the one you're doing now. It was lower.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Now, we have heard that this worm is actually really important. It's eating plastic. So why are we calling it lowly?
Well, waxworms aren't really high up in the animal kingdom. They're a little bit dirty. Most people think of them as pests and they don't really like them.
And so the headline writer uses the word lowly because even though this worm doesn't seem that important, it's actually doing a really important job. Now, do we use this word much in our everyday English?
Well, yeah, when we use it, it's always in a humorous way. We're kind of saying the thing we're doing isn't very important. Like I used to just be a lowly tea maker in the office.
Ah, well, you call yourself lowly, but just like the worm, you're performing a really important task. Everybody loves tea. It may not be the most glamorous job in the world, but it is very important. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This one is from the BBC. Humble worm saliva can break down tough plastic.
And so the headline is saying the saliva of this type of worm, this wax worm, can break down, which means destroy, certain types of plastic, tough plastics, ones that are difficult to break down, difficult to destroy. We have another adjective that we're looking at, which is humble. What can you tell us about humble?
So humble can have the same meaning as lowly, meaning ordinary or not important, but it has another meaning too. So it can describe a person who isn't proud or doesn't believe that they're important, even if they are. So imagine someone wins an award, they get on stage to give their speech and they say, "This isn't for me, it's for everyone else. Thank you, everyone who helped me." They are humble.
Ah, what a humble person. And it's a positive thing to say about someone, isn't it? So in this headline, using humble about this worm is a positive thing.
Exactly, because even though this worm maybe looks just like a worm, it's really special and important. It has plastic eating abilities.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had gobbling, eating quickly and loudly, like a turkey.
Lowly, low in position and importance.
And humble, not proud, but often important.
Don't forget, there's a quiz on our website at bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us and goodbye.
Bye.
Leadership is the ability to set a vision and really live the actions that you need to be able to implement your plan. One of the most surprising things I've learned about leadership is definitely that you grow the more you ask for help. My top tip would be to really live and breathe your values and your vision, and through that you'll be able to attract the right people to help you to get to where you want to get to. So you just have to walk the walk as well as talk the talk. Leaders really shouldn't direct and then actually take actions that go against those directions and instructions. I think the biggest challenge is recruiting and developing the people that really believe in your vision and have the skills and experience to help you to get there. I wish I could spend more time supporting and developing people who are going to help us to get to achieve our vision.
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin meets Bahrain's king and launches an operation to protect shipping in the Red Sea from Houthi rebels in Yemen. The United States and South Korea begin 2 weeks of special operations exercises following North Korea's latest missile launch. In China, a 6.2 magnitude earthquake in Gansu and Qinghai provinces has killed at least 126 people and injured hundreds. And in the U.S. state of Texas, Governor Greg Abbott signs a law permitting local judges to expel from the country illegal migrants arrested in Texas.
Чим військове розмінування відрізняється від гуманітарного? Чим mine clearance відрізняється від mine disposal? Що таке EOD та IEDD? Як сказати in English розмінувальник, група саперів, мінно-пошуковий собака, мінний трал та який засіб для розмінування позначається акронімом MICLIC. Що таке minesweeper, mine clearing roller, mine plow та mine flail? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська. Перший в Україні канал, присвячений мовній підготовці українських військовослужбовців. І сьогодні я буду вчити вас говорити про demining – розмінування. Друзі, в попередньому уроці ми з вами проходили тему міни – types of landmines. А в цьому уроці будемо вивчати лексику, пов'язану з темою розмінування – demining or mine clearance. Я заготувала для вас багато корисних термінів. І перш ніж ми перейдемо до навчання, закликаю вас підписатися на цей канал, а також поділитися цим матеріалом у соцмережах та чатах. Нехай більше українських військових вивчають англійську і наближаються до мовних стандартів НАТО. There are two types of demining або mine clearance – military and humanitarian – військове та гуманітарне розмінування. The goal – ціль in military demining is to clear a safe path or a route – розчистити безпечний шлях for the troops and equipment. The goal in humanitarian demining is to make areas of operation safe to inhabit again. Зробити райони операцій знову безпечними для проживання. Оскільки цілі військового та гуманітарного розмінування різні, different, the equipment, techniques та vehicles, які використовуються, також будуть different. Гуманітарне розмінування ми не будемо детально розглядати зараз. Натомість я дам вам основні терміни та лексику, що стосуються військового розмінування. Bomb disposal – знешкодження бомб, знешкодження вибухових пристроїв. Це широкий термін, що охоплює Explosive Ordnance Disposal, EOD, ця абревіатура буде нам ще траплятися сьогодні, знешкодження вибухонебезпечних предметів, знешкодження боєприпасів, що не розірвалися. And Improvised Explosive Device Disposal, IEDD – знешкодження саморобних вибухових пристроїв. Minefield – мінне вибухове загородження, мінне поле. Mined Area – замінована ділянка, замінований район, замінована акваторія. Minefield breaching – подолання мінного поля, пророблення проходів у мінному полі. Від дієслова to breach – прориватися, проробляти проходи в інженерних загородженнях. Minefield marking equipment – обладнання для позначення мінних полів. Mine clearance – розмінування. Mine disposal – знешкодження, утилізація мін. Це процес нейтралізації, neutralizing, приведення у безпечний стан, rendering safe, зняття, recovering, переміщення, removing або destroying mines, знищення мін. Я зібрала для вас низку дієслів на тему розмінування, які узгоджуються зі словом mine. Запам'ятайте їх. To detect a mine – виявляти міну. To locate a mine or a minefield – визначити місце розташування міни або мінного поля. To defuse або to neutralize a mine – знешкодити міну. To destroy a mine – знищити міну. To detonate a mine – підірвати міну. Також у цьому значенні можна почути фразове дієслово to blow up. To blow up a mine. Сапери – солдати, які займаються розмінуванням, називаються англійською combat engineers, sappers або pioneers. EOD personnel – це особовий склад, що здійснює розмінування та знешкодження вибухових пристроїв. EOD technician або specialist – це сапер-вибухотехнік, а EOD pioneer – це сапер-розвідник. Bomb Squad – команда саперів, група з виявлення і знешкодження вибухових пристроїв. Абревіатурою MDD позначається Mine Detection Dog – мінно-пошуковий собака, собака мінно-пошукової служби. PPE – це Personal Protective Equipment – індивідуальне захисне спорядження. Зокрема, Advanced Bomb Suit – ABS – захисний костюм, який захищає EOD soldiers from threats. Дуже детально про те, як говорити про PPE англійською, я розповідала в окремому відеоуроці. Посилання буде в описі до цього відео. Military demining operations потребують require speed under combat conditions – швидкості в бойових умовах. На мінному полі важливо визначити density – рівень концентрації та pattern of dispersion – принцип та площу розсіювання мін. Для mechanical demining можуть використовуватися різні vehicles and devices. Зазвичай вони є mounted – встановленими to a tank or armored military engineering vehicle. Бувають і remote control devices and vehicles – засоби з дистанційним керуванням, such as advanced remotely operated vehicles – транспортні засоби з дистанційним керуванням. A mine plow або a mine sweeper – мінний трал. Його функція to clear a lane or a route through a minefield – розчищати смугу на мінному полі. В результаті його роботи the mines are moved but not deactivated. Mine clearing roller або a mine trawl – танковий котковий мінний трал. Він має higher ground pressure, ніж the tank's tracks, та його задача to detonate anti-tank mines. A mine flail – це a vehicle-mounted device, який складається consists of heavy chains та flails – важких ланцюгів та металевих куль, що висять на цих ланцюгах. Також часто використовується загальний термін a mine disposal vehicle – машина для знешкодження вибухонебезпечних предметів. Подовжений заряд розмінування mine clearing line charge. Назва скорочується до акроніма MICLIC. Це Many Explosive Charges – багато вибухових снарядів connected on a line, які скидаються onto the minefield та підриваються detonating any buried mines, clearing a path for troops to cross. Отже, друзі, сьогодні ми з вами розглянули основні поняття, терміни та лексику, пов'язану з темою військове розмінування. Якщо вам є що додати, напишіть про це в коментарях. А я, Олена Чекрижова, вчителька на каналі Армійська англійська, прокладаю для вас шлях до кращого знання спеціалізованої військової англійської. І якщо ви додивились це відео до кінця, якщо воно було корисне для вас, залиште ваш коментар. Я читаю всі коментарі, а на деякі навіть відповідаю. розповідаю. Також ця проста дія допомагає просувати наш канал і популяризувати військову англійську в Україні, сприяти мовній підготовці, щоб наші сили оборони відповідали всім міжнародним стандартам.
Fake news.
Hello, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
Welcome to Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In this series, we're looking at a topic that's on the tip of everyone's tongues. Fake news.
Yes, fake news. We'll find out what it is and what it isn't.
We'll look at where it comes from and how it can be dangerous.
And we'll also show you how you can become a fake news detective with tips and suggestions for developing your critical thinking skills.
We're starting today with the look at the word fake itself. What does it actually mean and how do we use it? Over to you, Sam.
Okay, well, actually, thank you, Hugo. I want to show you something I prepared earlier, so it's really over to me, Sam. So what do we know about the word fake? The word fake is first recorded in the late 18th century. It's slang used by criminals in London with meanings connected to their illegal activities. Today, it can be an adjective, a noun, or a verb, and is used when talking about things that are not real, not genuine, but are designed to make people think that they are real or are genuine. So where do we see this word? The news is full of stories of fakes. Fake works of art, fake concert tickets, fake documents, and fake qualifications, to name only a few. In some places, you can buy fake designer goods, either knowingly or unknowingly. However, those looking for a bargain could end up with dangerous fake goods or even fake medicines. All these kinds of fakes can be called counterfeit. Being fake isn't always for criminal reasons, though. People and how they act can be called fake too, like smiling, laughing, being injured, and even
Yes.
not confident but want to ace that job interview, fake it till you make it. And sometimes what is fake is more ethical. For example, if you wear fur, is it real or fake? Fake fur is regarded to be more ethical, so much so that real fur is sometimes labeled as fake. So knowing what is real and what is fake and what is fake can be tricky. How do we choose what to buy, where to go, even where to stay? Many of us look at reviews online, but even then we have to watch out for fakes. The digital world of social media and the internet are places where it can be very difficult to tell what is fake and what is real. And that brings us to perhaps the most common phrase associated with the word fake these days.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news. Do you hear what I'm saying?
There's something different here.
Yes, so obviously those were fake ears. And that's a fake laugh, but it's a comedy classic, fake ears, really just to demonstrate that not everything fake is bad.
And can I say that laugh was a counterfeit laugh?
That's a really good question, actually, but no. So we use the word counterfeit to describe real objects, real things that are fake. So for example, documents, money, paintings, jewelry, they can all be counterfeit, but a laugh, no matter how fake or false, is not counterfeit, no.
And have you had any experience with fake things?
So I did have a friend who was setting up his own business, and he did ask me to write him a fake review online.
What happened?
No comment. What about you?
I haven't bought anything fake or counterfeit, but I think we've seen, fake T-shirts, fake shoes, bags,
Really
pretty
common.
much everywhere, right? But now let's turn to fake news itself.
Yeah, so the words fake and news, as we know, have existed separately for a very long time. But as a journalist, Hugo, when did you start seeing them together being used as a thing?
I think we all became more familiar with it in the 2016 election campaign in the US because Donald Trump was a big fan of it to essentially dismiss anything he didn't like. But you may be surprised to find out that he wasn't actually the first one to use it. Earlier, I was joined by Mike Wendling from BBC Trending. He's written a piece called The Almost Complete History of Fake News, and he was here to explain more about the recent history of this term. So people may be surprised that Donald Trump wasn't, the first one to use it back in the election in 2016.
No, actually, it was his opponent, Hillary Clinton, who was the first person to utter the words fake news. And she was describing a process by which people were inventing stories and they were going viral on social media. These stories were fake. They were being written, there was a famous example that was uncovered by BuzzFeed, where these stories were being written by people in Macedonia. And those people weren't necessarily interested in Trump or interested in bashing Hillary Clinton. What they were interested in was money. Through Facebook, they could draw people into their websites and then make money off of advertising.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they wrote these sensationalized, completely made up stories that we now have come to know as fake news.
Mm-hmm. And misinformation, fake news has existed for many, many years, right? But now the difference is social media and how easy it is to, spread this kind of disinformation.
That's right. There's always been mistakes, propaganda, spin, or just lies by political candidates. That has always existed.
Mm-hmm.
This is a new type of information and a new type of how information spreads online. And what that means is that it can be spread faster than ever before by people who might be anonymous or might be thousands of kilometers away.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really a challenge for media organizations, social media organizations, and really all of us to try and figure out how to separate the truth from the fiction.
And you can find out more about Mike's work on the BBC Trending blog, on the BBC News website, and also on the BBC World Service. Mike, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So Sam, what did you make about what Mike was saying there?
I thought it was really, really interesting. And he mentioned words like spin and propaganda, which we are going to talk about more in a later program. But one word I wanted to pick up today was the term viral that he used. So viral is the adjective, and it comes from the noun virus, which, as you know, is a medical term. And as you also know, a virus can spread really, really quickly. So when we use something viral, when we use the term viral, to go viral online, it basically means it spreads really, really quickly across the internet.
No, we all know about it.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. Now, before we wrap up for today, Sam, remind us about the word fake.
Okay, absolutely. So fake means not real, it is not genuine, and grammatically the word fake can be a verb. So you can fake a smile, you can fake a laugh, as Hugo did before. You can also fake being confident. It can also be a noun, so a picture is a fake. The diamond ring my grandmother left me was a fake, for example. And it is commonly used as an adjective. So I was talking earlier about the fake review, which I, of course, didn't write. And also, if you're unlucky, you might buy fake tickets for a concert or things like that. If we're talking about fake objects like documents, money, or copies of well-known brands, for example, you can also use the word counterfeit.
Thank you, Sam. And that's all from us today. Do join us again next time on Fake News, Fact and Fiction.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Fake news. Fake news. Fake news.
Hello, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
Welcome to Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In this series, we're looking at the fake news phenomenon, what it is, where it comes from, and how we can fight it.
Yes, and we're also looking at the language and vocabulary around fake news, so words and expressions that you might hear or want to use when discussing this hot topic.
And in the program today, how social media has changed the fake news landscape.
And I'll be giving you some news about news.
We'll also try to understand what fake news is and what it isn't. Now, Sam, last time you talked about the word fake. What have you got for us today?
Yeah, so today I'm talking about the word news. So where do you think that word comes from, Hugo?
It may be an acronym, like the first letters from north, east, west, and south, like the points of the compass.
Very good. That's a good guess, and you're not alone in thinking that, but let's find out if you're right. Here's something I recorded earlier. News, news, news. News is all around me. Wherever you get yours from, where does the word itself come from? Is it an acronym for North, East, West, and South? No. Does it stand for notable events, weather, and sports? Nope again. Does it simply mean things that are new? Yes. It comes from the late 1300s from the French word nouvelle. News is simply new information about something that has happened. It's unusual in English because the word new is an adjective, but news is not an adjective. It's a noun, an uncountable noun. And even though it has an S, it's singular. So news is good or bad. We have several expressions in English using the word news. For example, no news is good news, which basically means if you haven't heard anything, there are no problems. That's news to me. I didn't know that. Breaking news, new news, something very important that has recently happened. And if you break the news, you are the person who passes the news on. But if you do break the news, make sure it's not fake news.
That's really interesting, and a lot of that was news to me.
Ah, very good, Hugo. I see what you did there.
And what about you, Sam? What do you get your news from?
Honestly, truly, I mostly get it from the BBC News app.
That goes without saying.
Obviously.
Yeah. I also get my news from the BBC, but I find it really important to get news from different sources because you can always get different voices and different takes on what is happening. So we know about the word fake and the word news. Put them together and you get fake news. But what does it actually mean? Here's the BBC's media editor, Amal Rajan.
Fake news is lies and propaganda told for a political or commercial purpose which deploys digital technology, social media, new networks to go viral, to reach around the world and influence millions of people very, very quickly.
So fake news is information that isn't true, and the reason might be political or commercial, to change opinion or make money.
Yes, so I'd like to talk about one of the words that Amal used, the word propaganda. So this comes up a lot when talking about this topic. And let's just check that we know what it means before we move forward. So propaganda is a noun, and it describes information which is put out for political reasons, to get support for a political party or a political cause. And it's designed to promote a particular agenda, so to persuade people to think a particular way or make people support a particular policy. Propaganda isn't always completely fake, but it's often very one-sided and unbalanced and may mix lies and the truth. So I guess that's one of the challenges of being a journalist, Hugo, is making sure that you can actually determine what is true and what isn't.
Yeah, it's a big challenge, and it's not made easier by social media. Amal mentioned there that digital technologies and social media are tools used to spread fake news. But what is the problem here? Let's get more about that. So earlier, we put some questions to today's expert guest.
Hi, my name is Samantha Bradshaw. I'm a researcher at the Oxford Internet Institute, and I study how disinformation affects democracy. Fake news has been around for as long as we've had the printing press, so there's nothing necessarily new about fake news. The ways in which digital technologies can enhance the spread and the precision of these kinds of stories is something that is new. So fake news on social media can spread much more quickly and to many more people because the flow of information is very free compared to in the past where we had journalists, editors, TV channels controlling the flow of information and what would or would not get published. Today, anybody with a keyboard can essentially be a publisher.
Lots of interesting stuff there.
Yes, so the first thing I noticed is that she used the word disinformation. And that is often used to describe kinds of fake news or false information that is deliberately published and spread. She also made the point that fake news, as we know, is not new, but it's always been around. But with social media and the digital world, it's allowed to spread further and faster, and without it being controlled by traditional broadcasters and publishers. So now, I know there's a problem there, obviously, but doesn't this also mean that there's now a bit more of a democracy of information? Isn't it a good thing that we don't only have these traditional sources, particularly if those sources are government run or run by one particularly powerful individual?
That's a very good point, because if you remember what happened during the Arab Spring in the Middle East, or even protests in Iran and in many other countries around the world, social media gave people a very important tool to express themselves. And, well, basically, journalists got to know what was happening because of that.
Because they weren't allowed in the country in some cases.
Absolutely. The difference here is that maybe those people who are publishing these, this kind of information, they don't go through all the checks that we, working for mainstream media or traditional news organizations, have to go through, which is we interview people, we check the facts, we recheck the facts to make sure that everything is accurate. And of course, we make mistakes, but when we do, we acknowledge them and correct them.
Yeah. And also, as Samantha said, anyone can be a publisher. So there's lots of people out there sharing stories, putting stories out onto social media, but they may not have the knowledge or the resources to check whether those are real stories. And therefore, some of the stuff out there might be inaccurate. It hasn't been checked by anyone.
Yeah, there's a famous saying which goes, a lie can get halfway around the world before the truth has got its pants on. Well, I think these days a lie can get all the way around the world before the truth has even woken up. And what makes it even more challenging is when people are being told not to trust mainstream media.
Yeah. Is this what you mean? Let's have a look.
It's totally fake news. Fake news. Fake news! You are fake news. It was fake news. Thank you.
Yes, the American president gets a lot of criticism from mainstream media. He sees that as being an unfair attack on him. He uses the phrase fake news when talking about news that he doesn't like, that he doesn't find convenient. And when one of the most powerful politicians in the world accuses the mainstream media of being fake news, that's a problem. Here's Amal again.
A lot of politicians or people in the public eye have started to use the word fake news or the phrase fake news to basically describe news that they don't like. If you're a politician who wants to close down debate, then you might use the phrase fake news because you don't want people to ask you questions about something uncomfortable. So it's really important that we're clear about what fake news does and doesn't mean.
So it seems that the most famous user of the phrase fake news, perhaps the person who's made it as famous a saying as it is, actually uses it to mean something completely different from the rest of us.
Indeed. Well, to be clear, when we're talking about fake news, we mean false information, information that is not true or not correct, but which is published and shared, particularly on social media. Well, it's about time we wrapped up this program. Sam, remind us of some of today's key vocabulary.
Absolutely, of course. So we learned that the word news comes from the French word nouvelle, and although it has an S at the end, it is not plural, it's an uncountable noun, so it's always singular. We can say, that's news to me, if we find something out that we didn't know before. No news is good news is an expression which means that the lack of news probably means everything's fine, everything's okay, because if something bad had happened, we probably would have been told. Breaking news is new news, so something important. And to break the news is to be the person who gives the information to someone. Propaganda is political information, which could be false or very one-sided information. And then we also had disinformation, which is a term for false news, false stories that are spread deliberately. Mainstream media refers to traditional and established news broadcasters and publishers, just like the BBC, for example.
Thank you, Sam. And thank you for watching. Do join us again next time for Fake News, Fact and Fiction. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Amazon River hits its lowest water levels in over 120 years. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, today's story.
Water levels in the Amazon River are at their lowest since records began 121 years ago. It's because of a shortage of rain caused by the natural El Niño effect, but Brazilian scientists say that climate change is also to blame. A state of emergency has been declared in Manaus and 20 other cities.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary?
We have drought, overwhelm, and taints.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look now at our first headline.
This is from CNN. Amazon rivers fall to lowest levels in 121 years amid a severe drought.
This headline says that the Amazon has fallen to its lowest level in 121 years, and this is because of a drought. Drought is the word we're going to be learning about. Phil, what can you tell us about drought?
Okay, so drought is a period of very dry weather where there is little or no rain, and it can cause problems, things like crops failing or wildfires. To talk about the situation, we can use it as an uncountable noun, drought, but we can also talk about a drought to talk about a specific period of drought.
Okay, but it's not just used for dry weather. I've heard this term used in sports, for example.
Yes, so in football you could talk about a goal drought, and that's where you have a player who usually scores lots of goals and they just stop scoring. And we use drought here because in the same way that water stops flowing, so the goals have stopped flowing.
And one more thing to note about drought is that the pronunciation and the spelling are quite different. So we spell it D-R-O-U-G-H-T, but it's pronounced drought. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from The Times. Forest fires threaten to overwhelm the Amazon basin.
The headline says that there are forest fires in the Amazon basin. That's because the drought is making everything dry. Now, the word we're interested in is the verb overwhelm. This has lots of different meanings, Phil, but it's quite literal here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. The forest fires could suddenly and completely cover the area. They could overwhelm it. But we can actually use it in different ways as well.
Yes, we can use overwhelm to talk about work or emotions, can't we? Can you give us some other examples?
Yes, so we can use it as a passive or we can use it as an adjective. So if, for example, you say that you're overwhelmed with work, it means you've got too much and you can't cope with it. If you watch a film that's very emotional, you could say it's overwhelming if it makes you cry a lot.
Well, hopefully this episode of News Review hasn't overwhelmed you, although Phil, your presenting has been very moving. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from VOA. Wildfire smoke taints air for millions in Brazil.
So we've already heard that the drought in the Amazon has led to wildfires. This headline says that the smoke from the fire taints the air, and we are looking at the word taint. Now, Phil, doesn't this mean turning something good bad?
Yes, the smoke taints the air, and we don't want smoke in the air. We can use it more generally to talk about turning something good into something bad, and actually we often use it by turning it into the adjective tainted.
That's right. And other things can be tainted, like you said. For example, a relationship. Maybe someone in a relationship does a bad thing, the other person can't trust them, so the relationship is ruined, it's tainted.
We can also use it to talk about people's reputations. Think of a politician caught up in a scandal. It can taint their reputation with the public.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had drought, a period of time with no rain.
Overwhelm, cover something completely and quickly.
And taints, turns something good to bad.
Now, if you're interested in the Amazon, we've got another episode of News Review that we think you'll really like. Click on it now.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
$8 billion. That's how many people live on Earth, according to the UN. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Sian. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now let's hear the story.
The world's population has officially reached 8 billion. The growth is partly due to developments in health, nutrition and medicine. It has taken just 11 years to go from 7 to 8 billion, but growth in several countries is actually slowing. Many are concerned the expanding population is destroying the planet.
You've been looking at the headlines, Sian. What's the vocabulary?
Okay, we have peak, poses and shape.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's take a look at our first headline.
This one is from The Telegraph. World population hits 8 billion as experts predict when it will peak.
The world's population has reached 8 billion. That's 8 followed by 9 zeros. And experts are predicting when the world population will peak. And peak is the word we're looking at. Is there a connection to mountains, Sian?
Well, yes, kind of. So if you picture a mountain, the top is the peak. So it means you can't go any higher. But we also use this word peak to talk about data and graphs. So if you look at this point here is the peak, and it means the top. So in the same way, the peak of a mountain is the top.
Yes, so that top of the mountain peak, and on the graph those are nouns, but it's also used as a verb to mean go as high as possible.
Exactly. So the headline writer is saying that the population is continuing to rise now, but at some point the population will reach the peak. So it can't go any higher, just like an actual mountain.
Yeah, and we use peak not just to talk about graphs and mountains, we can use it to talk about performance, for example, in sport.
Exactly. So it's often used to mean that a team or a person has reached their best level of performance. They can't get any better. They've peaked.
Yeah, and we can use this, for example, the World Cup is coming. It's really important for a football team not to peak too soon. So that means that they shouldn't be at their best level of performance until the actual competition, not before it.
Exactly. That's a useful phrase. Don't peak too soon. And we use it for other situations, not only sport. So if you're revising for exams and you start doing too much too early, you could say, don't peak too soon, or you'll forget everything on exam day.
Excellent advice. Let's have a look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This one is from CNN. Global population hits 8 billion as growth poses more challenges for the planet.
And so this population growth is causing problems for the planet. We're looking at the word poses, and I know this word pose, it means the way you stand. So a model, the way a model stands for a photo, or maybe an actor on the stage, that's a pose.
Or a painting, yeah, it's the way you stand in a particular position. Or yoga, you can have a yoga pose. But here, it's a verb, and poses means creates or causes something to happen.
Yeah, so the headline is saying that this population growth is causing problems, issues, challenges. It poses a problem.
Exactly. So we often use poses with questions. You can pose a question, but it's commonly used with negative nouns like threat or danger or problem. So should we think of some examples?
Yes, so if a driver has been drinking alcohol, it poses a danger to people in the road and in that car as well.
Yeah, or a political scandal can pose problems for the government.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at that again. Time for our next headline.
This one's from The Conversation. As the 8 billionth person is born, here's how Africa will shape the future of the planet's population.
This headline is looking specifically at Africa and how it will shape the future. Now, it's the word shape we're looking at, Sian. Can you give me some example of shapes?
Okay, so shapes as a noun. We can have a triangle, a square, a circle. But if you want to make something into the shape you want,
you shape it. So that's a verb, shape as a verb, as it is in the headline. And the headline is talking about how Africa will shape or influence the future.
Yes, and we often use this verb shape in relation to beliefs or ideas or a person's character. So has anything or anyone in your life shaped you as a person, Neil?
I guess, yeah, I moved around a lot when I was a kid, and I think that shaped my personality because as an adult I've moved around a lot as well. Let's have a look at that one more time. We've had peak, can't get any higher or better.
Poses, causes or creates something that's usually negative.
Shape, influence.
Don't forget there's a quiz on our website at bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Animals and plants that are bad for nature. A new report says non-native species are a danger. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about today's story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
Non-native animals and plants are destroying biodiversity and ecosystems across the world. A major scientific report says mosquitoes are spreading dengue and yellow fever, and rats and snakes are killing seabird populations. Invasive species are those that come from a different environment accidentally and cause damage. They often arrive via ships, planes, and tourists.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have repelled, high stakes, and running rife.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from DW, that's Deutsche Welle. Can invasive alien species be repelled?
Okay, let's start with alien. Alien means that these species come from a foreign country. They are invasive and they spread quickly and they cause damage. But we are looking at repelled. Now, this word, Beth, repelled, reminds me of the thing I use when I go to some countries on holiday.
Yes, now that is useful to think about. It's insect repellent. You spray it on you or put cream on and it keeps insects like mosquitoes away from you. Now we're looking at repelled and the verb is repel.
Yes, and to repel, the verb means to force something away from you. And the headline writer is asking whether these alien species can be forced away. Can they be repelled?
That's right. Now, things can also repel you. They make you want to stay away from them. And that includes people. If you find someone unpleasant, then they can repel you.
I think Beth's saying that I repel her. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from Japan Today. World losing high-stakes fight against invasive species.
So this headline is saying that the world is losing its battle against invasive species, and it describes the fight as high stakes. High stakes is an expression that comes from betting or gambling. And if something is high stakes, you could win a lot, you could lose a lot. So the risk is high.
Exactly. Now, high stakes is an adjective and it means there's a lot to lose or a serious risk if something isn't successful. So this headline is describing the fight against invasive species as high stakes.
Yes, and we know that these invasive species are not good for the planet, and there is a lot of risk if we can't stop them.
Now, we use it in other situations as well. For example, in tests like IELTS. This is a high-stakes test because there's a lot to lose. If you don't get the band that you need, you'll have to pay again.
Yes. Now, talking of risk, Beth, I was playing poker last night. It was a high-stakes game.
Okay. How did you do? Did you win, lose?
Well, I was wondering if you could lend me some money for lunch. Just £5 maybe? Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline, please.
This is from MSN. Invasive alien species running rife around Earth at unprecedented rate.
So we see that word alien again that we've already looked at. The headline says that alien species are running rife. Running rife is what we're going to learn about. Now, Beth, we all know run, but what's the connection here?
Well, run rife means that something is uncontrolled. It doesn't literally mean running. And this idea of speed is important. So invasive species are spreading very quickly in an uncontrolled way, almost like they're running.
Yes, and we can use this to talk about people as well. So, for example, criminals might run rife in a certain area. It means there's a lot of crime, it's spreading fast, nobody can control it.
Or children might run rife at a party. The kids are out of control.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had repelled, forced away.
High stakes. There's a lot at risk.
And running rife. It's uncontrolled.
Now, if you enjoyed this video, we think you'll love this box set all about animals. Click here to watch.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us and goodbye.
Bye. Thousands evacuated in Iceland ahead of expected volcanic eruption. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we teach you how to understand the news in English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the words that you need to talk about this story.
And to learn more about the world in English, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Now, today's story.
Thousands of people have been evacuated from their homes in Iceland after a state of emergency was declared. Cracks have appeared in roads after a series of earthquakes, and there are fears that the Fagradalsfjall volcano will soon erupt. A huge eruption in 2010 in Iceland disrupted air travel around the world.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary that people need to understand this news story in English?
We have imminent, swarm, and frantic.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from Sky News. Cracks appear in roads amid fears of imminent volcanic eruption.
Now, this story tells us that roads have been damaged as worries grow about a potential volcanic eruption. We're going to look at the word imminent. Phil, is this related to bad things?
Yes, we often use imminent with bad things, like a volcano preparing to erupt, and it means that we think it's going to happen very soon, and it's scaring us.
Okay, so we use it with bad things that are about to happen. What common phrases might we see it in?
Well, we might talk about an imminent disaster, an imminent attack, or an imminent crisis. And it has this idea that there's a bad thing hanging over a situation that we think is about to happen soon.
Okay, it reminds me of a similar word, impending. Impending is used in a similar way to say that something negative is about to happen. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from TTG Media. Iceland declares state of emergency amid intense swarm of earthquakes.
Now, this is about the earthquakes, which could be a sign that a volcanic eruption is imminent. We're going to learn about the word swarm. Now, swarm reminds me of insects. What has that got to do with volcanoes and earthquakes?
Okay, so what is a swarm of insects?
Well, it's a large group of insects that all fly together. For example, if you disturb a hive of bees, all the bees will come out. That's a swarm of bees.
Okay, so there's a large number, and when seismologists, that's people who study earthquakes, talk about a swarm of earthquakes, they mean that there's a large number of them close together that appear in a short space of time. And that's often a sign of volcanic activity.
Okay, so there are two things about the word swarm. One, it's a large number, and two, it's something negative. Now, we can also use swarm for people, but usually only when we think that they are a problem.
Okay, yes, so if there are a lot of tourists, you might say there's a swarm of tourists because you think it's a problem. Celebrities might be chased by a swarm of journalists, which doesn't sound very pleasant.
It doesn't. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Edinburgh Live. Frantic Edinburgh couple race home from Iceland after travelling despite warnings.
So this story is about tourists in Iceland who are worried about what's happening. The word that we're looking at is frantic. Phil, when do we use this word?
Well, this story is about tourists, but there's probably a lot of people feeling like that right now. You said worried, but frantic is a bit more than that. It's about being so worried that you find it hard to do things or hard to control yourself even.
Okay, so if you're frantic, it's a little bit like you're panicking and you might even do the wrong thing because you're so worried.
Yeah, because we often use this to talk about the way we do things. we can use the adverb frantically to describe things done in a hurry because you're worried or scared.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had imminent, about to happen.
Swarm, a large number of bad things.
And frantic, worried and out of control.
To watch more episodes of News Review, click on this playlist.
And click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Як розповісти англійською про свої посадові обов'язки? Чим розрізняються responsibilities, duties та obligations? Які дієслова та іменники використати для опису ієрархії керівників та підлеглих in English? Хто такі CO, OC та 2IC? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська. І сьогодні в нас максимально корисний, насичений потрібною лексикою урок. Тому що стандарт НАТО з мовної підготовки передбачає, що ви вмієте говорити та доповідати in English про ваші посадові обов'язки, обов'язки ваших колег, давати опис ієрархії підрозділу. Тому, незалежно від того, яке у вас звання чи посада, занотовуйте, запам'ятовуйте і використовуйте сьогоднішню лексику. Корисними іменниками для опису обов'язків можуть бути responsibilities, duties та obligations. Замість дієслова to be в цих фразах можна вживати дієслова involve або include. In the military intelligence unit, our responsibilities, duties, obligations involve gathering information. A commander's obligations include a wide range of tasks. Однак інколи значення цих слів можуть дещо відрізнятися. Responsibilities може використовуватись для опису задач або дій,